Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting of Council. Nalakadich Wajak Mort, Kayan Karak Nija Walilap Buja, Wejening Wajak Kadajin, Wenyiting Bula Ye. We acknowledge the Wajak people as the traditional owners of the greater Fremantle Walilap area, and we recognise that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still important today. We have an apology from Councillor Jeff Graham. Councillor Doug Thompson is coming in from another meeting and will be joining us shortly. Do we have any applications for leaves of absence? No. Do we have any disclosures of interest by members? Councillor Pemberton.
I have an impartiality interest in the Fremantle market item or the advertising of the business case, because in my work role I got some vouchers from them, but it has no relation to my own personal benefit and will not affect my judgment on the item tonight, so I will stay.
Thank you, Councillor Pemberton. Councillors, any further disclosures of interest? Nope. Thank you. Responses to previous public questions taken on notice. There are some responses contained in the agenda from the last meeting of Council on the 26th of April. So we're going to come into public question time. There's a few people here. Thank you all for coming tonight. I just want to give a bit of a preamble to public question time, because we know Freo is a really tolerant and inclusive community, and obviously we welcome civic engagement. That means we've got to discuss difficult decisions sometimes, and we've got to do so in a way that maintains respect for each other as human beings, doing the best we can in a complex world. So there's a couple of things I just want to make clear. We need to make sure people are given the opportunity to express their views without interruption, whether that's members of the public or councillors. So if the room becomes too noisy, and I know sometimes there's a temptation to clear or chat or cheer or clap, or to give your own opinion when someone else is giving theirs, we won't be able to continue if that happens tonight. There's just too many people here, so I really would ask you to bear that in mind. We also need to make sure basic standards of respect and kindness are observed. So, and this should be self-explanatory, no name calling, no derogatory language, no other behaviours that promote division. If we want to be inclusive, then we need to be able to listen to opinions that are not the same as our own with open hearts and create a safe space for people to express their views. If that safe space doesn't exist, I won't hesitate to suspend the meeting. Please also note filming and photography is not allowed in the council chamber. For those of you who have put your names down to address council tonight, let me talk you through quickly what you can expect. So you've each got 3 minutes to speak. We're going to have a timer for 2 minutes 45, which is the kind of wrap it up now timer, and a timer for 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, you do need to stop speaking at exactly that time. Because there's quite a few people who are speaking, I'm going to call a speaker, but also let you know who the speaker after them is going to be, so that person can be ready to come to the microphone straight away. If this meeting does become unmanageable, as a presiding member, I think we will call an end to question time. We can call an end to the meeting if we need to. I don't think any of that needs to happen, because I think we can have a really respectful and tolerant and interesting discussion as a group. For those of you who haven't had a chance to write down your names, if you did want to make a statement or ask a question, there's another sheet, I believe, outside, and we'll collect that up shortly. So please do make sure you've written down which agenda item you wanted to speak on, so that we can be clear on that. In terms of the order of items so you can plan your evenings better for public question time, we're going to basically go in the order of the agenda. So we're going to start with the Leighton item, we're going to go to the Fremantle Markets item, we're going to go to the cat bus item, and then we're going to go to any other general questions that don't fit on the agenda. I appreciate all of you would love to stay here and enjoy a council meeting. There is also live streaming, so should you have had a chance to speak and think it might be nicer to join in from home, you're welcome to go home and follow along the live stream. Sound all right? Just an audio check for people who are right out there at the back. Give us a bit of a, yeah, I wondered. So we're going to have to like eat our microphones in here so you guys can hear. So a bit of a thumbs up at the back if can you now hear a little better? We're going to do the best we can. As I said, there's a live stream. If you've got headphones, you can also tune in that way. Alrighty, so where do we begin? So I'm going to go to questions on the MRS amendment first. The first person I have listed to speak on that is Paul Gamblin. Don't get too into the clapping, people.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thanks. I'm here on behalf of the Leighton Action Coalition and joined by a number of colleagues here. For a quarter of a century, we've been drawing on the best available science and policy to protect the natural values and processes of the Port and Leighton Beach coast. I need to declare an interest. We're a volunteer community group and our interest is in the public good, if that's not out of fashion. Clearly, there are two ways to look at this precious area of rapidly eroding coast. The first is what's in the best interest of the broad community. And remember, that's 100 suburbs, people from 100 suburbs who use this coastline. It's much of the metropolitan area. Our approach is consistent with good policy. It's about future generations for whom the coast will be a diminishing memory in many places and an ongoing battle in others. Port Beach, South Leighton, is one of the only places in the sprawling metropolitan coast where we have a real chance to buy time and look after the greater good. The second lens, and the predominant one, unfortunately, that brings us here tonight, is the financial interest of land developers, which presumably are concerned that the strategic planning evolving for this area, including through the future of Fremantle process, will likely elevate the value of this area for public uses and threaten their profit margins from selling or developing prime coastal land that many have benefited from for decades. What else could explain their full court press to have this land rezoned now so clearly prematurely? As a community, 20 years ago, we pushed back development to the area where the Surf Club and the Orange Box and areas to the north are now in very good condition. And the dunes can restore the coast and protect it against erosion to the greatest extent possible. We've learned the hard way that sometimes we have to campaign to get good things to happen. A year ago, we appeared before you calling for your support to persuade the Planning Commission to resist pressure from commercial interests to rezone this industrial land to urban. Unfortunately, despite our collective efforts, and we acknowledge the Council's constructive engagement, the Planning Commission relented to an ambit claim by developers and has released an MRS proposal with a hard urban footprint that will squeeze this fast-eroding beach, depriving our children and theirs of the countless benefits of a natural, expansive coast, avoiding expensive and beach-destroying seawalls to protect the buildings allowed too close to the coast, as this proposal would. It's a story playing out in Sydney and all over the world. We are all on notice. We should know better. At least to its credit, the WAPC has deferred this rezoning project, subject to a number of caveats. However, that it chose to accede to the developer's preferred development line leaves us with deep concerns. The WAPC did not have to do this, it chose to. Development will be allowed so close to the beach that in time it will leave but a sliver of coastline without space for dunes and beach to occur.
I have to make an example of the 3-minute thing.
Is that 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for the 2:45.
That was a did it.
Okay.
And the next speaker I've got listed on this is Tracy Gamblin. Oh, thank you for attending. I don't have anyone else listed to speak on the Leighton. Oh, go on. That's a good couple for you, isn't it? Tag team.
We call on the Council to recommend that the WAPC alter the deferred amendment by removing the developer's ambit claim and instead call on the WAPC to declare the amendment to Parks and Recreation, deferred if it must. This is the best way to enable an unfettered, transparent, scientifically informed assessment of the coastal setback and the public amenity needs of this area that adheres to thoughtful planning. We stand ready to engage in this long over assessment that has the long-term public good as its guiding principle. This is our one chance. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, is there anyone else who's listed to speak or wanted to speak on the Leighton item? Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. The next item we're going to is the markets item. The one person who pre-registered to speak on this was David Parker. So I'll go to David, and then the next person I'm going to go to after that, based on my other piece of paper, is Warren Thomas. So David Parker, and then next to Warren Thomas. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. According to the distributed business plan, this location represents both the highest value lease and the one requiring the most short-term capital expenditure across the city's portfolio. These facts alone make this decision and its process of vital importance to the city and to the ratepayers and residents. It is good that this is being dealt with in advance of the lease expiration date, which gives time to make appropriate plans. All the more reason, however, to adopt a procedure that maximises the potential revenue as well as locks in the other benefits. I do not accept the argument that the business plan distribution route with the predetermined end outcome of a 20-year lease to the current tenants is the best way to deal with an asset that has been leased now on very favourable terms to that family for more than 40 years. The presumption should be in favour of a proper tender process, and absent extremely cogent and substantial reasons as to why not, which do not begin to be justified in the distributed business plan. There are some quite specious assumptions there that I'll come to shortly. The base rental that is proposed in the agreement is the same that was in the 2007 agreement and the 2008 lease. In that time, according to Rewire, retail rentals in Fremantle have increased by an average of 2.5% a year over the past 10, not the past 15 years. They don't have figures for 15. But ignoring the extra 5 years or so, that produces an increase of about 30% as to the retail rentals in the city of Fremantle. So we can say with the extra for the 5 years, another 5 or 10%, and yet the base is proposed under the distributed agreement to remain the same. The briefly mentioned upfront, quote, up to $3 million commitment by the current tenants for necessary work is not contained in the document, the, quote, essential elements of the lease, and is thus, as far as we know, at least undocumented, and which is cause for concern, particularly given that there have been a number of experiences previously with this tenant where they have made promises which have not been fulfilled. It's also unclear how this money is going to be allocated and distributed. Is it to be paid over to the council? Is it at the discretion of the tenant if they regain the tenancy? And how's it going to be valued? And some of the things that are included in this so-called substantial upgrade are things that one would have hoped, and indeed I would imagine are required to have been done before. For example, fire extinguishers and cabling, electrical cabling, are mentioned as elements of this upgrade. I hope that there are fire extinguishers already in the council in the markets, and I hope that the electrical cabling is in order, because for not to do that is first of all a criminal offence, and secondly very dangerous. On the other hand, the described track record in terms of maintenance, according to the business plan, I have no independent knowledge of this, but I've read thoroughly the business plan, is an expenditure of $370,000 on all maintenance, including routine maintenance, during the past 15 years. Which equates to about $25,000 a year, or about $6 per square metre of leased premises per year, which is hardly enough to clean the premises.
So it's starting to wind up. Thanks, Councillor Pemberton. Point of order. Yeah. So
Thank you.
There was a little timing issue there. Thank you. So the next speaker was Warren Thomas, and after Warren, we're going to go to Philip Dawson. So Warren and then Philip. So listen out for two timers. It's 2:45 and 3. Thanks, Warren.
Okay. I'd like my colleagues from the markets to ponder why they are here today. Why weren't they here 2 weeks ago? They're here out of fear because of a newspaper article. The newspaper article where the Deputy Mayor admits that the markets have lost their mojo, but advocates remaining with the status quo. A newspaper article where the Mayor advocates keeping the markets as a dynasty that can be passed down to generations of one family. One country is run with the system. Good luck to trying to start a union there. A newspaper article that infers that the storeholders have a collective income of over $55 million. A newspaper article where an alternative player has put his hand up to run the markets. Has anyone seen the plan? Does anyone know if it's a good plan or a bad plan? Who's seen the management's plan?
Can I keep you talking to the microphone? Thanks.
Who's seen the management's plan? Who knows if the safeguards regarding rent rises are still in there or have been removed? Who knows if this is a good plan or not? Who has seen the third submission that is has the markets run as a not-for-profit? The profits are put back into the community. Who knows if this is a good plan or not? We generate all the income that's resulted in everything, you know. We supply the management of over $2 million worth of profit every year. This is on public record. The city with $1 million a year. What do we, the storeholders, the city of Fremantle, the ratepayers, get for our $2 million worth of hard-earned money? Who does a performance review to ensure we're getting the best operator? I refuse to be labelled a disgruntled storeholder. My colleagues know how much I love the markets. I just want a more transparent process where there is some accountability. Status quo can bring with it complacency. Sometimes a fresh start was what is needed to get your mojo back. I call on the council to conduct a performance review on the current operating strategy, an independent survey of all the storeholders, and the proposals put forward to the stakeholders and us briefed on the options. I call on the council to defer their decision on the head lease until the items mentioned are completed. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person is Phil Dawson. Thank you.
Good evening. And my name is Philip Dawson, and I've been trading in the Fremantle markets for nearly 40 years. I'm speaking tonight to give my strong support to FMPL. This is very important for myself and my fellow traders operating inside the Fremantle markets. I am happy to say the Fremantle markets today in 2023 are better than ever. Just think, every weekend there are 40 to over 50,000 people visiting the Fremantle markets. That's more than some crowds at Optus Stadium. As many visitors on the busiest days at the Perth Royal Show. It's like having a festival every weekend in the city of Fremantle, a festival that doesn't cost the city revenues to put on. This is not fake news. This is reality. The stallholders pay rent to FMPL. FMPL pays rent to the city. This system has worked very well as the traders, FMPL, the city, and ratepayers all get a piece of the pie. I believe if you have a good recipe, you stick with it. We should not take this successful recipe for granted or be seduced by unrealistic and questionable promises of a utopian alternative of how the Fremantle markets could and should be operated. However, there are some in the community, some in this chamber who may disagree, but their arguments, mudslinging, and misinformation offer no viable, realistic alternative. All they offer are baseless attacks upon FMPL and the Fremantle markets, putting Fremantle markets into disrepute in this community. I am at times asked by people in the community, how are you coping with the management? I hear things are terrible in the markets. I respond, the markets are better than ever. Of course, I've had my differences with the management. It has been known that when myself, the Yank, and CEO Natasha, Big Red, have locked horns, you can hear our raised voices down the Cappuccino Strip. But we are both mature enough to work through difficult disagreements for the better of the Fremantle market. There is no one trader, no one purser bigger than the Fremantle markets. I urge members on council to move forward with the advertising the business plan of the renewal of the lease with FMPL according with the city's policy. Thank you very much.
Oh, timing. Thank you. Okay. I would remind people just to be careful not to cast aspersions on other people in the chamber. Tom Cockle is the next speaker on this item, and that's going to be followed by Rosalind Drayton.
Before I start, can I get someone to help me hand out these documents to all the councillors, please?
We'll go to agendas and minutes for that. Thank you. All right, I'm going to start your timer now.
My name is Tom Cockle. For a long time, I've been trying to improve the Fremantle markets. I'm here today in response to the alarming comments at Council's last meeting. First, FMPL stated, in fear of losing their lease, and I quote, "You will force us to move the Fremantle markets to another location which will provide our 150 plus tenants the certainty they require to operate." The Mayor then said there was a huge risk in going with an amazing new operator, and I quote, "We will lose the name, we don't own the name, and we would lose the stallholders who would probably move with the existing operator somewhere else." The Mayor is effectively saying to everyone in Fremantle, the council can't even consider another operator because the name Fremantle Markets is owned by the Murdoch Group. I can now tell everyone here today this is not correct. The city owns the name, and I'd like to explain why. Firstly, the current lease states if FMPL lose their lease, they must remove the words Fremantle Markets from their name and transfer back to the council any business name which is associated with the Fremantle Markets. This means they cannot use the name or trade as Fremantle Markets if they lose their lease. But this is not the only proof that FMPL does not own the name. On 6 separate occasions, the Murdoch Group have attempted to take the name Fremantle Markets from the council. The last time was in 2005. On all 6 occasions, these trademark applications were rejected. The documents handed out today show this important clause of the lease, along with the published details of all the rejected trademark applications. So what does this all mean? It means there is virtually no risk to going to tender and considering new operators. The Mayor also claims that the new operator would have, and I quote, "a starting point of an empty shed." Further, the Mayor stated this would continue for a number of years. I simply don't understand this. To me, it would be unthinkable for any storeholder to want to leave the Fremantle Markets and go to another untried location which does not have the name Fremantle Markets. Let's be clear about this. Each storeholder has a contract for a spot in the markets and not another location. In other words, any new operator simply steps in, transfers the storeholder's contracts, and the markets do not miss one day of trading. I would like to finish with a final question to the Mayor. Now that you know the council owns and controls the Fremantle Markets, will you consider a full tender process, or will you maintain your single approach with FMPL? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Rosalind Drayton.
I was an employee in one of the markets stores there, and this is my experience. I have fond memories of working at the Fremantle Markets. I remember being in stitches and laughing at the early morning jokes we would tell each other and working hard when the Sunday afternoon peak crowds would arrive. It felt like family. Work didn't feel like work. Storeholders had a lot of fun with each other and with the customers. When the news of the Murdoch boys taking over management came, I remember having mixed feelings. I didn't take long to see their parents, John Sr. and in particular Jill Murdoch, who had an obvious contempt for storeholders. During the mid-2000s, when the rent was paid via chequebook, I was working in a well-established permanent store while my employer was away on holidays. It was a busy morning. I remember Jill arriving at our store to collect the rent 5 minutes past the time it was due. She was angry and demanding with a dark and heavy energy like the breath of the devil. It was traumatizing. We wondered what had hit us. Why on earth is she behaving so horribly? That was when I realized the stories from the other storeholders were true. Over the years, we would hear from other storeholders how the Murdoch parents had no scruples and would get personal if they didn't like
I'm just
you.
going to jump in here and say, just remember what I said at the start of the meeting, please. So just be careful about derogatory comments, anything that could be defamatory.
Okay, when the Murdoch boys took over, they were selectively putting the rents up by excessive amounts to drive people out. The people they were eliminating were all the members of the Storeholders Association. This association was formed to have a fairer representation for the storeholders to speak to management, to a voice to be heard. But those who spoke out lost everything. None of those people got a chance to sell and invariably lost their business, their life savings, in some cases they lost their superannuation. As the months and years progressed, the Murdoch boys selectively raised the rents, and as a result, more and more people were leaving. The soul of the markets was slowly being ripped out, the heart of the vibrant community hub and the tourist attraction was being attacked. There was a low morale, and I could feel that everyone was too scared to talk just in case the Murdochs didn't like what you said. When it came to the day of the market bar eviction, that was the day the music died. Their rent was tripled, and they had no choice but to close their business. It was no longer financially viable for them to stay at the Fremantle markets.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bruno Ramalho, followed by John Dowson. Thank you.
Hello. I'm here today to talk about the importance of the Fremantle market for our community. As a business owner of a stall in this market, I have seen firsthand how this market brings people from all walks of life together. It's not just a place to buy and sell goods, but a place where you can celebrate our diverse culture and heritage. The Fremantle markets have been a hub of activity since the 19th centuries and have become an iconic part of Fremantle's history. It's a place where locals and visitors alike can come to experience the unique charm of our city. The multicultural characteristics of the market are what makes it so special. You can find everything from handmade crafts to delicious international cuisine. As a business owner, I have witnessed the positive impacts of the markets have had on our local economy. We provide job opportunities for many people, and we are proud to contribute to the growth of our city. But it's not just about the economic benefits. The markets are a community space that provides a sense of belonging and connection for everyone who visits. I would like to emphasize the critical need for lease extension certainty for small business owners like myself. Running a business is already a challenging task, and having our lease agreements hanging over our heads only adds to the burden. By accepting the proposed plan, we can provide the necessary stability and confidence for small business owners to focus on what truly matters, serving our community and contributing to the vibrant tapestry of Fremantle markets. Additionally, I want to touch on the impact of the lease place outside of the market. These places are detrimental to our community and to our city. They do not provide the same sense of community and cultural diversity that the markets do. If these empty buildings thrive in the near future, it will be at the expense of Fremantle markets that keep bringing people to our city. In conclusion, the Fremantle markets are a vital part of our community. It brings people together, provides job opportunities, and contributes to the local economy. It's also a lifeline for small business owners who pour their hearts and souls into their stalls. By supporting the proposed plan for lease extension and keeping the market open to the public, we are not only preserving a historical landmark, but we are also providing a solid foundation and certainty for the success and prosperity of local business. Let us stand together and ensure that future generations can experience the multicultural wonders and entrepreneurial spirit that Fremantle market offers. And if anyone thinks the market is terrible, come and visit us. Thanks.
Thank you. John Dowson.
Good evening, John Dowson, Fremantle Society. In 2010, I voted against the business plan for King Square because I thought the whole thing should be put out to tender. Now, I was proven right on that. Here we are in 2023. Council has a massive debt of over $20 million as a result of the King Square business plan, and you can't even afford to run a cat bus. In 2008, I voted against the business plan for the markets because, once again, I thought it should be put out to public tender. I did, however, manage to get council support for a conservation plan, which is supposed to be the guiding document for spending money on fixing the place up. I also managed to get council to agree that the increase in rent of $150,000 a year for 10 years plus CPI would go into the markets and to a markets fund to be spent on the markets. I see very little evidence of the conservation plan having been implemented after all these years, and certainly the markets do not look in good shape in terms of restoration of various things, especially the shop fronts on South Terrace. So with the 2008 business plan, council is left now with the markets that I believe are run down compared to what they should be, and council has possibly missed out on $20 million of extra revenue it could have got if it had gone through a public tender process. 2023, we're now dealing with another business plan that is, as different speakers have said, so defective, so poorly written. It even, for example, has the same rent as 2008. This is astonishing. The rents for the stallholders have gone through the roof, and you as a council are simply saying, okay, let's go back to the 2008 rent. Now, the business plan is also defective in terms of priorities and in terms of how to actually get the money to fix the place up. So it's not a good document, and it shouldn't be put out. Now, you have an alternative offer that was put in last year and which today you got a copy of from GTL. An amazing offer, absolutely stunning, from a consortium of high-powered people who are offering to put up 6.5 million plus, instead of 6.5 million to fund the whole markets, plus an increase in rent over base of $100,000 a year, and also introduce stallholders and so on. Now,
thanks, Mr. Dowson.
Thank you. So please withdraw
Thanks.
your ill-written business plan.
And the next person speaking is Stacey Moccia. So we're going to go to Stacey Moccia, then to Tim Foster.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Stacey Motia, and I own a very unique business within the Fremantle markets, everything naturopathic. May I get straight to the point? I'm here tonight to ask the council to make a decision on the current lease fast. Although there is still time, or so they say, 3 years for this current contract, there isn't really enough time when you get down to the nitty-gritty of what the realistic situation is for so many of us stallholders. A personal story. I thought I'd throw in a different tactic from what you've heard tonight. I want you to understand what's really happening for us. I've worked in my business for over 13 years, firstly as a manager and now as the current owner. And I loved the Fremantle market so much. As soon as that business was up for sale, I was there. The vibe, the atmosphere, the opportunity to buy it, I was in it. And I have made such beautiful connections, beautiful, heartfelt connections with people that will be my friends forever. In fact, I would stay. I have to sell, though, because it is currently time for us to move our family back home over east, and that needs to happen. So, unfortunately for us, we've been actively looking for buyers. This has gone very well up until potential buyers ask us what the current lease is, to which I have to say that I don't have one. Our accountant and our broker and our business lawyer have all noted that our financial reports are healthy. The business would be worth so much more if we could guarantee a long-term lease for the new buyers. Obviously, buyers wouldn't want to spend a significant amount on a business in which we can't absolutely guarantee them the time to recoup that money. At this stage, Natasha, our markets manager, can offer a contract for 3 years, but anything beyond that is currently not able to be done due to the contracts not being sorted out with the council. This reflects heavily on us, and we cannot offer our buyers any security for the return as it stands. This is completely devastating, as so far we've lost 2 prospective buyers, and the 3rd buyer looking as we speak. Well, it was actually the first question they asked us. To give you further insight as to what's happening, it isn't just people wanting to sell their businesses, as I know I'm not alone. Others want to renovate and others want to secure their future, all of which are important, and your decision weighs heavily on all of us moving forward. So I'm here today not only to help to secure the contract of a sale for our business personally so we can move on with our lives, but the state of urgency of time, deflecting and holding up the decision making, the waiting, this is not okay. And our livelihoods are relying heavily on a fast outcome no matter what. Could we just ask this to be sorted as soon as possible? And let us know if there's anything else we can help with moving forward.
Thanks, Stacey.
May I thank you for your time with listening.
Thank you. And the next speaker, Tim Foster. Tim Foster is going to be followed by Adrian Radford. So, Tim Foster.
Good evening, Her Worship the Mayor, councillors and executives. Firstly, I'd like to say it's lovely to see so many beautiful shirts here tonight. My wife is also a market stall holder.
Can I get you to talk to the mic,
Yeah,
Tim?
my wife
we're
is also a
broadcasting.
market
Thank
square
you.
store holder before, and I've shown a lot of interest in her business in previous times. As you're aware, this morning GTL Investments and its related entities submitted to you all an indicative offer for the lease of the Fremantle markets. It outlined the following key points: that GTL are offering a base rent of $650 per annum for the date, from the date of the lease commencement. That figure is 18% or $100,000 higher than what the council has proposed within the current business plan for the existing tenant. The base rent figure, combined with the forecast turnover rent adjustment of $250,000, will deliver an estimated $18 million impact to council over the proposed 20-year term, and this figure is 18% higher than proposed within the current business plan that you have got. In addition to this, GTL has also committed to invest $6.5 million in capital works and priority repairs over 10 years, with the $4 million provided over the first 3-year term to renovate the markets. We want to see people back there as well. This is 116% more than what has been proposed by this to council by the current tenant. We have also outlined a continuity of business plan to you, which we will seek to enable a smooth transition of operations and the opportunity for any existing stallholder to novate their leases to us as the new head tenant of the same or better terms, should they so choose to do. And to improve the flow of information, gain feedback, and the interest of transparency, we have also outlined our interest to establish an advisory board which incorporates all the stallholders, members of the Fremantle community, and councillors. Who am I? I'm a third-generation immigrant from a family that chose to build their life here, coming from Italy. I've spent my life here, raised my children here. They went to Iona Presentation College. I was a chairman of the board of the Iona Presentation College, which is a 2-year tenure. I was there for 8 years. The nuns loved me volunteering my time and expertise, building the drama blocks, the administration building, tennis courts, etc. Today, I'm a successful business owner, investor, and property developer who, in life, I think there's also a greater purpose that we should do something and give back to the community. This has driven me to be where we are here today.
Thank you, Tim. And the next speaker was Adrian Radford, and then that's going to be followed by Joel Rawlings.
Good evening. So my name is Adrian Radford and I'm a current business owner in the Fremantle markets. I was a bit disturbed when I seen the article in the Freo Herald a few weeks ago. At this point in time, the last thing we need is disruption and confusion with what's been mentioned before. We need to be able to move forward with our businesses and have things to where we have some certainty. It's really, as a business owner, we need that certainty, and it's important to note that we need also somebody who has a proven track record and understands the markets. The current leaseholders understand the markets. I've had my business there for 10 years and it's grown considerably, and I've seen a lot of improvements, and I see what they do on a day-to-day basis. And I'm very happy with how they're run, and I'm confident they're the best people to run it for the future. And the one thing they have a history of running the markets. They have a proven track record. They understand what makes the markets tick. They understand what gives it the vibe. It's not just a normal market, and they understand fully what we need as business owners to be able to successfully move forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Joel Rawlings.
Evening, councillors, executives. I refer to page 19 of the proposed business plan. FMPL has invested approximately $4.5 million into promoting and advertising the markets, its traders, and Fremantle as a whole. Current annual marketing budget is $370,000. This point was also mentioned by one of the councillors at the recent FPOL meeting. Firstly, this amount is required under the Fremantle operating strategy, much of which they ignore anyway. And secondly, all of it is billed back to the traders. And I have multiple invoices and audits if anyone would like a copy. Secondly, FMPL has invested at least $370,000 on building and preventative maintenance over the term and on the general maintenance of the building. At the prevailing rate of inflation, that number should actually be about $564,000. So in fact, they're in breach of the lease terms because they're $195,000 short, and the council's put it in the business plan. In 2008, a study was commissioned by FMPL indicating there is over $40 million spent with the Fremantle markets per year. FMPL believes this is now closer to 55 to 60. At the prevailing rate of inflation, does anyone want to guess what that number is? $58 million, right in the middle. So, question to the Mayor and to the CEO. How do we put these unverified facts in a business plan and expect people to make rational and relevant decisions on them? Thank you.
Okay, and the next speaker is Natasha Atkinson, followed by Chrissy Mouse. That's all the names I've got listed to speak on the markets item. If you were here to speak on the markets item, if you can make yourself known to the end of the table here if you haven't heard your name called out. Thanks, Natasha.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and city officers. I'm Natasha Atkinson, CEO of Fremantle Markets, and I'm delighted to say that with me tonight are some of the Fremantle Markets traders and staff. Please stand to show your support.
All right, just stand, no clapping. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here to demonstrate the passion and commitment of our Fremantle Markets traders. I'd also like to table there are another 79 letters of support from our traders. We're extremely grateful for their support, and we're grateful for all of your support. For those who couldn't attend the FPOL meeting, I'd like to make a few points. We're here for our traders. Our 150 plus store holders have demonstrated creativity and patience working in less than ideal conditions. For many years now, the City of Fremantle and all of us at the Fremantle Markets have known the historic markets building needs urgent works. Fremantle Markets Proprietary Limited offer to pay for these works, but we need a long-term lease to offset the cost. Long delays have created more problems. City of Fremantle councillors voted almost 3 years ago in June 2020 to authorise the former CEO to negotiate a new lease with us. The City of Fremantle's own guidelines say there is no need to conduct a tender for a tenant paying full commercial rates of rent and adding significant value to Fremantle's overall tenancy mix and visitor appeal. Fremantle Markets exceeds these metrics. We've been an excellent tenant running a lively commercial successful tourism drawcard in Fremantle for almost 50 years. We incubate small enterprise. Our amazing store holders employ an estimated 400 staff, and according to the Tourism Council of Western Australia's Economic Impact Assessment, Fremantle Markets and its 2.4 million visitors generates an estimated $447.7 million for the economy each year. A fortnight ago, I addressed a small group of councillors at the FPOL meeting, and I want to thank you for your positive and respectful comments and your generous words about Fremantle Markets. We are proud of the tremendous work of our store holders and our market staff. Fremantle Markets Proprietary Limited is an excellent tenant with excellent Fremantle traders doing an excellent job. We hope, councillors, that you will join us and the community in supporting our commitment to Fremantle. We believe all of us benefit from caring for our iconic structures. We urge you to ensure that we can immediately start the urgent works to make Fremantle Market structure safe for all our store holders, visitors and tourists. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Chrissy as the last speaker.
Thank you for having me. Tell me when you've started.
Yeah,
Oh,
started.
you've started. After 10 years, I arrived back into Perth 10 weeks ago. All my friends and family gave me a swanky, expensive coffee machine. I wouldn't use it until I had my beans from the Freo markets. The Freo market is a jewel in our crown, a tourism success story. Close to 2.5 million visitors every year, an international promotion. Under the market operator's leadership, it consistently delivers social, community and substantial financial benefits to the City of Fremantle. Subject to local government laws, it is absolutely appropriate not to go to tender. It just makes sense. Supporting the immediate extension of the lease agreement with the Fremantle market means urgent works on the heritage listed building owned by the City of Fremantle. These can go ahead ASAP. Continuity for stakeholders and store holders, market customers, and financial security for ratepayers. I absolutely feel it is appropriate not to go to tender. There is no need to create uncertainty for market operators, plus it's 150 store holders, plus their 400 employees. Plus, they're going to bed every night uncertain. I also wanted to remind people here of the mental health of some of our leaders among us. Over the last 2 weeks, I've received some of the most disgusting messages from people I've ever seen. They are sending me messages about things that I have or haven't said about the markets or the cat buses, and we don't deserve this. Some would say this comes with the position of leadership, and I'd like to ask tonight that we think twice about that. Remember, we don't get paid enough to get these horrible messages. It takes courage and strength to be empathetic, and it's far better to be collaborative. Thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy. And that brings us to the end of the markets public question time. I'm going to go to the cat bus public question time now. Acknowledge Councillor Thompson has arrived.
Madam Chair, those letters of support, could they be tabled with Council, please?
Yeah, if there is a hard copy, I believe they could be the letters of support that were referred to. That looks like a hard copy. If you can take that to the corner there, thank you. All right, so we're going to move into the cat bus items. I'm going to go through the people who have registered before the meeting to reward them for their excellent registration, and then go through the people who've written their names down tonight. So we're going to kick off with Ian Kerr, and then Susan Allwood will be the second speaker, and we'll keep going in the same manner as we did. So get ready to come up when the previous speaker has finished and listen for the first alarm, then the second alarm. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. Ian Kerr, 330 South Terrace, South Fremantle. I was going to speak about the value of the blue cats to the community, but the attendance at the community meeting on the 16th of May should be evidence enough, and others are here tonight to speak on the cat's behalf. But apart from the distress at the possibility of losing the cat, people are angry at the short notice, which gives us little chance to influence the decision. And that's exacerbated by the fact that just today we get to see a report that was presented informally to Council on the 4th of July 2022, but has not previously been mentioned. So why is it that we only get it today? What were the terms of reference for this study? The report doesn't state them. Who did this study and why was there no community engagement? Why does this report not include any options with continued cat service for South Fremantle? I would have thought the status quo should be the starting point. Why do the maps in the report invariably cut off north of South Fremantle? South Fremantle does not exist in this report. Now, the City of Fremantle has said, and I quote, "The cat is a service paid for by all ratepayers but benefits only a particular area of the city." This is demonstrably untrue, both in terms of the benefits, but also as the original intention was that it would be funded by paid parking on Sundays. So it would be paid by car arriving users of the central area of Fremantle, many of whom would not even be Fremantle residents. In 2021-22, revenue from parking was expected to be $7 million. Now, given that Sunday is a busy day in Freo, one would expect that perhaps 1/7 of that, or $1 million, would be Sunday. That's about 3 times the current cost of the cat. or over twice the cost now sought by PTA for continuation of the Blue Cat. And we can argue about whether that is reasonable given the 30% increase. But it's also enough to, in addition, to fund a restart of the Red Cat as well. So to say we haven't got money is a little strange, particularly as the City of Fremantle also has a reserve fund called the Parking Dividend Equalisation Reserve for surpluses from parking operations. This fund currently has $5.3 million available. The CAT was originally to be funded from Sunday parking revenue. So if we can't fund it out of current revenue, let's at least fund a one-year extension of the CAT service out of this reserve fund. This would literally buy time for the City of Fremantle and the community to work together to achieve the best possible outcome. It is essential, however, that any buying time is on the basis of retaining
Thanks,
the CAT.
Ian. The next person is Susan Allwood. Okay. Have you both written your names down?
Yes.
Good. Okay.
I'm supporting Stephanie here, and I'll speak first and then stay with her.
Okay. Yep, that's fine. I'm happy to go soon then, Steph. So far away.
Oh, hello. Good evening, councillors and staff. I'm Susan Allwood, an artist and an activist, and live in the centre of Fremantle now. The question I ask council is, will the Fremantle City Council research and pursue their access inclusion plan of 2021 to 25, where on here, I'll read it out at the end of my talk, focus area, diverse, inclusive and thriving communities. And then Stephanie will read focus 2, because we're a team, we're working together. So I'll leave that at the end. Because we have to read out what your inclusion plan is. I'm appealing for the retention of the last CAT bus as an active representative of people with disabilities in WA. My story is that the first CAT buses were a great help to me getting around Fremantle. Being wheelchair bound over 6 months, I was able to continue to live my life. I was able to get to Coles, the doctor, the physio, and the Fremantle Arts Centre where I worked until my multiple sclerosis halted my working career as an artist teaching fine arts. Alas, but I still create my art at home in South Street and support 2 other disabled artists through sales of our work. So come around and see us. We need it. Pay the rates. Thank you. The CAT bus drivers were considerate and kind, dropping the ramp, and often when the South Freo CAT had only a short route, dropping me off outside my cottage door. As I regained my ability to walk through neuroplasty, I used the CAT bus to commute through Fremantle and to the shops. There was a disability inclusion group run by a Fremantle City employee where we reported to council upon the important needs of the disabled in negotiating the streets of Fremantle. The footpaths and curbs were improved, disabled toilets cleared out of cleaning machines, ramps constructed, and so on and so forth. Those were the kind days where we disabled people were considered to be important too. With rights to access and transport and easy passage in the city street. Not anymore, it's difficult for me to walk along the streets. But this disability inclusion group, like the Senior Citizens Shopping Bus and Stan Riley Retirement Village, was probably the first social service to be disbanded by council. That was a sad day for me. I was on that committee. Why these cuts? To save money for the overambitious FOMO and council buildings. So I'm lobbying the council and our community to demand inclusion for us, the people with the little voice. Yes, look down and see us in our mobility chairs and vehicles and hear us. I thereby call out in a loud voice to include us and keep the CAT bus for our transport. To do otherwise is cruel and negligent. If you cannot understand or agree, please live in a wheelchair for a week.
Thanks,
and
Susan.
remember
I'll
our needs.
get the hand over to Stephanie. Thanks.
Oh, I haven't read this out. You don't. And now Stephanie will take over and I'll stand by her to support her. So you've got to read out.
I'll get you to just bring the mic down a little bit if you could as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephanie, and I just wanted to remind the Council of their responsibilities when it comes to disability and inclusion. I'm going to now read out Focus 2, which are found in your Access and Inclusion Plan for 2021 to 2025. Focus 2 says the following. We'll work to deliver accessible services and spaces so people with a disability can travel throughout the city with convenience and all members of our community can safely access facilities. Our work will provide the foundations for participation, achieving the following outcomes. Assessing buildings and facilities. I currently look after my sister who has a disability, and my concern is people like her will become isolated. It is hard for these people to learn new things quickly, and she doesn't know how to catch any other bus on her own apart from the CAT bus. I believe if the City of Fremantle ceases funding for the CAT, the disabled and elderly people will become isolated.
Thanks, Stephanie. And we're next going to go to Jude. I don't have Jude's surname, and then Sue McCracken. So Jude, then Sue.
Hello. I'm a resident of South Fremantle.
Can you give us her second name, Jude?
Oh yeah, Shapiro. Thanks. I use the CAT bus almost every day to get up to the station because I'm a student at UWA. It's a very important thing for me. I use it to get to uni. I use it to get into Fremantle. And, you know, I could give any number of arguments against, you know, cutting the CAT bus and finding some private replacement. You know, I could give political arguments about the duties of government, or I could give moral arguments about, you know, who's this going to service, who's going to pay for it, or I could give economic arguments about, you know, what you know the very few economic doctrines that would support, you know, finding a private supplier for a natural monopoly. But you know, I think an exemplary sort of question of all of my concerns, really, the number one thing would be the homeless population of Fremantle. You know, how are they going to be serviced by, you know, a replacement if the CAT bus is canned? Because, you know, free transport is quite important for the homeless and really the poor in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Jude. And Sue McCracken, followed by Gina Blakemore.
Good evening. My name is Sue McCracken. We've got a small business in South Terrace, just a little garden centre, but I'm actually here representing all the businesses between Orient Street and Jura Road. Pretty much we've all got together and are fairly devastated to hear that the CAT bus might be stopping. I don't think any of us really knew that this was going to happen. I think it affects small businesses down there in more ways than people might realise, because it's really a lifeline between us and Fremantle. So there's tourists coming on the trains, but there's also staff getting to work who are coming on the train and coming down to South Fremantle. There's only a bus once an hour, so it makes it very difficult for people to get to work on time. So there's staff, there's customers, and then there's business owners who need to do business in Fremantle, catch the bus into Fremantle to go to the bank and all that sort of thing. It keeps the cars, and as everyone knows, parking is a premium down in South Fremantle. The residents always find it difficult having the commercial properties there anyway, with parking in the streets, Uber drivers. So losing the CAT bus will just mean that this just gets exacerbated. And I think we just all feel that it's such a retro step when we thought the chances of the CAT bus returning to its old service was more likely to happen than to just disappear. Thank you.
Thanks, Sue. And Gina Blakemore.
Good evening, my name is Gina Blakemore, Keep the Cat. Our CAT bus is a city amenity and a Freo institution. The decision tonight should not just be about the budget, but about affecting local lives. Something I learned from working with SOS Save Our Shore Fremantle is that it takes 12 months or more to schedule buses to cover routes during construction or any public transport interruption. The same will be the case for Freo's bus services. There needs to be future planning. The Armadale Rail project will take up any spare buses for the next 2 years. You can't just give a few weeks' notice, rip the band-aid off the cat and walk away. Alternative additional public bus services should have been scheduled 12 months or more ago to cover the gap from potentially cutting the cat. As there's been no forward planning or public consultation, I request that Fremantle Council please continue to keep the cat for at least 1 more year. This year could be used to find a solution to funding model, or at very least give time to increase frequencies in existing public transport bus routes. To keep the cat would be the best outcome for Freo. People have built their lives around these cat routes for 23 years. This discussion should not be just about South Fremantle and the Blue Cat. It's about linking our city for locals, visitors, businesses and tourists. I envisage a cat bus concept for Freo similar to the 6 Perth City cat routes that cover the Perth City area. To keep the cat, we need to maintain what we already have and to build on it. This would entail a plan in the next 12 months to find a way to reinstate the Red Cat route as a 10-minute service, as so many people have been without a bus and are isolated. To change the Blue Cat frequency from 20 minutes to a 10-minute service to improve its effectiveness. During this 12-month period, different coloured future routes could also be explored to reach other parts of the Fremantle area. Removing public transport is backward thinking. Once gone, a replacement bus service may take years, just like the 4-year gap in the Fremantle train line service when the Liberal government shut trains down from 1979 to 1983. For a progressive green city, it's unfathomable that we are having this debate today. I've heard from disabled and elderly Fremantle residents who've been left high and dry with the cutting of the Red Cat route. Now the future of our most effective Blue Cat that takes our Fremantle residents and tourists to the delights of Central and South Fremantle is being debated tonight. To be the green city we aspire to be, we need effective public transport alternatives to just jumping in a car, catching an Uber everywhere. Keep the cat as we have it, set up a community working group with the council and explore funding models to expand the cat bus concept to all corners of our beautiful city. I implore you to listen to your community tonight and to keep the cat. Thank you.
Rachel Meyer. Rachel Meyer. Last call for Rachel Meyer. We don't have a Rachel. I feel sad for Rachel if she's here because we are now not going to hear from her if she doesn't leap up immediately. So Bobby Wilson is the next speaker.
I've already sent something around to a lot of the councillors and had some replies, thank you very much. And I tried to send some to you, Mayor, but somehow it got returned twice, so I don't know whether you got it.
It goes to all elected members, so it's all good.
Okay. I'm concerned on several things. One, the cat bus is my friend. I'm a resident, 40 years in Fremantle. I've ridden a bike. I'm getting older. I've always looked in times of heavy weather or carrying things or having visitors and sending them off to places that I think they would like to see, and all of that. It's been just an integral part of my life, and I'm actually a bit scared of how I handle my old age without it. I want to say I'm disturbed at this Fremantle and South Fremantle division. It doesn't exist in my mind, and I can only see that life in South Fremantle supports life in the city. People come, we go, I use the cat bus to go into the city. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't go into the city. And there's some writing, but it's definitely a part of my way of getting to the city, and especially if I want to link to public transport or anything. The people coming, as one of the shopkeepers said, people come from the city to here for work and then go back. I was really distressed to see, it was probably inadvertent, but to see on the last banner of the inner city Fremantle banners saying South Fremantle in 230 metres, like we were an isolated part of the city. It really is strange. But I think of Fremantle as having a central spine of South Terrace from the railway station down to South Beach. And that's to always, with the tram service in the old years, John Dowson can tell you that it's been the spine of connection of the whole, of all of the intense activities in Fremantle. The 430 is a dead dunny. It doesn't do a ring route. It can easily, it takes an hour to do its loop. It can be distracted. It's totally unreliable. I cannot rely on it. And the bus drivers, and they create a sense of intimacy and handling the city and welcome to visitors. There's a whole camaraderie about getting the bus that is generous for all those people coming off these huge ships for whatever, and particularly for people going to the beach or along the foreshore activities, and there are plenty of them. And so what I don't want to see, I want to see the positive things of the connection and reinforcement of our community. That's what I want to see desperately. Okay, thank you, and keep it.
Okay, we've got 3 more speakers I've got listed for the CAT. Peter Newman. I'm struggling with first name Green. I'm going to go Celia, Layla, Julian, and then Joel Rawlings is the final speaker I've got on the CAT. If you haven't heard your name and you think you're speaking on the CAT, please make yourself known at the end of the table here. Peter.
Thank you. In a few months, 44 years ago, the state government closed down our railway. As a young councillor at the time, I got involved in saving that, and since then have been working with progressive governments since to improve our public transport system, part of which was the CAT. But what I'm working on at the moment is the trackless tram, which we have been able to persuade the government to do a mid-tier transit review, which is happening now, which is all about central areas that need to have a connection from the Metronet system. And that process would bring a trackless tram down through Sampson, Hilton, Beaconsfield into the city. The last thing we should be doing is shutting down our CAT as part of that process. It is critical because all the local governments want the trackless trams, and we've been working hard to get one here. We will have a trackless tram in Perth in August. It's going to take off as being a next issue. I want to, however, state the importance to the economy of Fremantle. It's very important that Glenn hears this. The economy of Fremantle. There's a new study that's come out from the US that looked at all the top 37 cities. What is it that makes them economically successful? Only 1.5% of all of America's cities have walkable areas. And that creates 20% of the American. Am I being shut down by the CIA?
Carry on.
What it is about, walkable areas bring people together and create huge economic benefits to any city. The CAT is part of that process, as is having a good rail system that brings people here. You mustn't give in to the idea that somehow car access makes economic gain. It's almost the opposite today. So we must make sure that the critical rail and bus connections, including a trackless tram, are there into the future. And we must therefore put into this review process the need for our CAT to be reviewed as part of that as well.
Green, Julian, Celia, I'm really sorry. I wish I could read your handwriting better, and my apologies.
Oh, that's my fault, sorry. So my name's Lelia Green.
Thank you.
And I live on South Terrace in Fremantle, and I was really surprised, as the previous speaker said, to see that this discussion has become muddied into, as it were, a battle between different areas of Fremantle. I agree with the speaker who talked about the spine of Fremantle. It's part of what makes it a really wonderful place to live, that there's heart and soul all the way from beginning to end. I am amazed at the synchronicity that 2 weeks ago I had two people visit me from Swansea, international visitors. They were in Perth for a week and staying in a central Perth district hotel. And I said, shall I come and pick you up for a trip to Fremantle? And they said, oh no, we've heard all about it. The important thing is we come on the train, we get on the cat bus. And I said, well, come to lunch. And they said, well, that's great because we're going to call in at the markets first. So these are people in Swansea, Wales. I think they had once been to Australia to Sydney, but they had actually wanted to come to Fremantle and they had wanted to come to Perth because of Fremantle. And I don't know that there is a Welsh connection, between Swansea and Fremantle. I've never heard of one. But it was something that they were looking forward to doing, was that whole sense of being part of a community. They'd heard about the community on the bus. And I think that we see that. And I'm disturbed to hear that there was a report. So I'm partly here to say, please give it at least an extra year, because there's so much care and concern in the community that we believe that there's a lot of positivity and we may be able to come up with suggestions. We appreciate that you have a lot of hard decisions to make, but we want us to be part of that decision-making process. If you can possibly help us to be able to solve some of these problems and come up with positive solutions and contributions. But what I really wanted to say is that it makes a big difference to our community, and I think that our community will be very, very, very dissipated. That's right. And I'm sad to hear that there's a report that I didn't know about from 2022, because in that time, my Welsh friends and many other people would never have been able to come here. And so the visitors that used the cat bus wouldn't have been here because that was the middle of COVID and the lockdowns. So they wouldn't have been part of that study as to how much need and demand there was for the cat bus.
Thank you. Now I've got Joel Rawlings. Joel did speak on the previous item. We weren't aware that he wanted to speak on this one, so we are letting him have a second go, but usually we do try and constrain you to 3 minutes total. So
I appreciate
go
that,
for it,
Mayor.
Joel.
I think all of us here tonight can agree on one thing. Cat buses matter. They service many of our community's most vulnerable and provide a convenient service for locals and tourists alike. At a time when our council is so financially constrained, it has resulted to cutting services like this. How does it justify a $330,000 rent reduction to the operators of the Fremantle markets as proposed in the business plan? I ask that to the Mayor and to the CEO. Surely they are linked. Thank you.
Thank you. And late registration from Saf Ali, who's our last speaker, I believe, on the cat bus. Thanks. Just let's have 3. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple of things I wanted to ask. With the cat bus, one of the biggest service users is Notre Dame University students. Now, my understanding is with all the buildings that they have, they don't pay many rates. First of all, I just wanted to ask, can the council or whoever approach the university and ask them for a fee towards the cat bus for their students that use that bus as well? Because of the fact that they're not paying for the rates in the buildings. Secondly, Minderoo project, which is owned by FMG Twiggy Forest. He owns a lot of land in Fremantle as well as now I think he's building a hotel. He owns some of the Notre Dame buildings. Could the council possibly approach Minderoo and ask them if they'd be willing to contribute as an alternative option? That's my first question. Secondly, with the cat bus, it's not a South Fremantle issue because it seems to be quite South Freo-centric. It's Freo and it's a national and an international issue, I think, because we've got people coming from interstate and overseas travellers and they use that service as well. So it's not that little enclave, the South Freo. So I just ask the councillors to bear in mind, it's not a South Freo issue. It's actually a lot bigger than that, I think. And that's that. The other thing is with the cat bus, can we approach the city of Coburn and extend it beyond where we're at and actually take it down to North Coogee, make it a bigger loop, get their assistance as well in funding for it, and then actually we'll bring in people from North Coogee and from the city of Coburn into Freo and vice versa. There's a new estate there. They want to be part of Freo. It's North Coogee, but a lot of the people in Freo know they actually want to come to us. So why not extend that service beyond what we have and maybe do a bit of a council share in funding it? Thank you.
Thank you. That wraps us up on the CAT. I now have a number of speakers who I either couldn't tell what item they were going to speak on or they had other items they wanted to speak on. And in order of registration and then signing up, I'll just run through these just so that if you can listen out for your name if you think you were going to speak on something and you haven't heard it. Jane Zandy, Simon Neighbour, Dave Hudson, Pat Morris and Hans Hug. So I'll run through those now. Jane Zandy, first person to speak.
My name's Pat Morris. I've been here about 10 months.
Sorry, Pat, I've called Jane Zandy.
Oh, sorry, Pat Morris. Oh,
I did. I ran through to make sure that you were here and you had your ears open. So thank you very much.
Sorry,
you're good. Do we have a Jane Zandy? Hey, let's go, Jane. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jane Zandy. I'm the Vice President of the Watercolour Society of WA. The Watercolour Society of WA has had a long-standing history of successful exhibitions held at the Fremantle Italian Club. 2020 and 2022 saw the Watercolour Society hold successful international watercolour exhibitions at the Moores Building. There were significant sales and international artists and visitors to the exhibition. Committee members calling themselves the 14 held a successful exhibition in this space. There was a very positive response by the community to these watercolour exhibitions. However, the booking process has hampered further chances of us holding another international event at the Moores Building. When a meeting was requested to discuss our booking and venue options, we received an automated response about how to apply to the Moores Building. To bring 15 and more countries to Fremantle involves over 12 months in the planning process. Master artists to give workshops need plenty of notice. This booking process has forced us to move our 2024 exhibition into a privately owned space that provides parking as well. It has made us consider leaving Fremantle in the future, as we saw WA Society of Arts move from Fremantle to South Perth recently and hold a very successful exhibition. Also, Belmont has a purpose-built facility for art exhibitions. On top of this booking system, we note that the Moores Gallery is regularly empty when 2 of our submissions for this year were rejected. Is this booking system going to change for groups like ours? Is my question.
Jane, it's probably the first we've heard of it. What I'll get you to do is if you can leave your details with the Director for Community Development there, which is Michelle Brennard, we'll make sure that you have a meeting with city officers to see how we go forward on that.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Simon Neighbour?
Good evening, councillors, mayor, local legends, and city staff. Look, it's a real pleasure to be here. It's a fantastic building, and it was my pleasure to be on council and see this building come to fruition, and it is absolutely a gem. It really is. So thank you and well done. Just a really quick one. It's funny that I follow from Jane, but it's about the Moores Building and I think the underactivation that's currently happening. So historically, over the last 15 years that I've been blessed to be able to have a business in the Moores Building in the west end of Fremantle, we've had the ability to hold events amongst arts exhibitions, which has just been fantastic, and it's really made the cafe viable. Over the last 2 years, this has really reversed. We've got one weekend this coming busy events calendar where we can book weddings. Everything else has been denied, and it's really changing the way that we can do business. So thank you for hearing me. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Simon. Dave Hudson, next up.
Good evening, Mayor, CEO and councillors. I'm just coming back to get some responses to questions that I asked at the last meeting, and I'll just run through them.
Dave, can I just jump in here? Are these the same questions that are printed on page 4 of the agenda?
That's correct, that you didn't answer adequately. So I don't know who writes your minutes and who you go back over, but maybe look at the recording. That would be a good thing. Question 1, why is the footbridge to the passenger terminal closed? You've come back and said the city is of the understanding. Don't you know what's happening in Fremantle? Obviously not. Then I asked, can the council and or the CEO, Glenn Dougal, contact the PTA? Can I ask who contacted the PTA? What the response was from whom? And what is their time frame? And what are they going to do? And are they going to provide you with the engineering testing results that they determined it was unsafe? How have they determined it's unsafe? Go for a wander up to Leighton and have a look at that footbridge. That should be condemned. That's 10 times worse than the one down here, and it's twice the height. If you fell from there, that would be an incident. Anyway, I'm asking for those answers of who you approached, what their time frame is, and can you tell me who in the council is you just delegated to someone somewhere? Did you do it, Glenn? Did you ring them?
I'm going to take that as rhetorical. I mean, I think what you've got written here is that we've contacted the PTA.
Who? The PTA?
I don't think that's something we need to respond to, Mr. Hudson. Oh, good on you. But city officers speak as one. So
my time's churning, so I'd like to know. I'd like to have a response in some time frame of what you're doing there, because if it is unsafe, as I said before, there's infrastructure there, power, earthing, and then dangerous goods off the port run underneath it. So when there's an incident where something happens, who does that fall upon?
The PTA.
It's the PTA, is it? Well,
yeah,
how about approaching the PTA and get an answer, and then go down to the passenger terminal and have a look at their. Anyway, next question, which is quite funny actually. Why don't the festivals reach? That's not what I asked. I said, why isn't the East End of Fremantle included? And the mayor has come back that she didn't think that was a question. I'm telling you, it was a question. One of the other questions I asked, which hasn't been responded to, is why was the City of Perth Fringe Festival organising an event in Fremantle? That was on the minutes. It should be there to be on the recording. I'd like an answer to that question. And now I'm going to make a statement for you, Hannah. And this is a statement.
Okay, Dave, watch your manners, please.
That's fine. I could ask for a retraction of last meeting where you said we're not here to promote my business, which I thought was out of line. But anyway, the high voltage event didn't really work on the same template as the Highway to Hell event. Fremantle is a totally different area, and you can go to a lot of businesses. I was down an extreme amount on that day because we weren't included, and I think you scared a lot of people off. The template for Highway to Hell did not work.
Thanks, Dave. That wasn't
How's my time go?
Yeah, that's your time. Also, I just would encourage you, where it's something to do with the PTA, the
I just come
tourism.
From work, Hannah. I work hard.
I fully appreciate that, and I don't want to get into a debate about it. Maybe I could make it as a general statement to the gallery. If the issue is with the Public Transport Authority or Perth Festival or the WA Tourism Department, please take it up with them. Thank you. That brings us to the end of Dave. Pat Morris will ask questions about things that we do. Thank you. Pat Morris.
Sorry for interrupting my hearing and your speaker system.
All good. The speakers are a little tricky.
Mine is I live in Queen Victoria Street, and I find I've been there about 10 months now, and it's atrocious. St Pat's, the people outside, it's like a club, and nothing gets done. I've talked over the months when I first arrived here. I've talked to people here, and there's people who won't even come near the town because the way the people are there. And I think it basically comes from St Pat's area because the people are allowed to do what they like. I've had a meeting here. I saw Aidan Lang a couple of weeks ago, and I raised up saying about the violence, the damage, and it was like, is this suddenly happening? And all they went and talked about was their parking permits up on the hill. And I think it should be from the ground up, like you've said before. I wrote to you, and you put money in for the voice, which I believe you shouldn't have done. It's a personal thing, and I really think you and the rest who collected that money should pay it back personally to the people, because I think it's a personal debate. Because if we can have a voice, and we've been here for years, it's no use having a voice if no one bloody well listens. And I think a lot of yous here are so corrupted in areas.
I'm going to ask you to watch yourself too, Pat.
I apologise for that, but it seems to be you don't want to. It's like it's blind. It's from the ground up, and I think you're from the top down, and that's what's happening with the voice at the moment too. Because the people, it's been going for years. I've been here 50 years in WA, and I've lived in Kenwick, and that's all depends where you go. You hear about the different areas, but what's happening at the moment, it will end up like McGowan said in the paper today. We've got a certain, from the housing and everything else, it becomes a ghetto. And I don't think we're that far off, tell you the truth. Thank you for that.
I will just mention on your substantive issue about antisocial behaviour, and for the general public to say, please report everything through community safety and to WA Police, particularly WA Police work on statistics. I'm not entering into debate. I know, but...
And we don't get any answers.
I'm just doing...
5 children went into St Pat's on Friday. And I've gone to the police, I've gone to St Pat's, and I've asked the next door neighbour. Not a damn thing in return.
Thanks. It does help us if you do report. Thank you. And finally, Hans Hug. Hans Hug. Last call. Last call for passenger Hans Hug, flying to... Oh, was he? Okay. I got his name quite late, so I was assuming he might have wanted to speak, but all good. Okay, I think that brings us to the end of public question time. This is your last chance to leap up if you felt like your name wasn't called out. It was quite an administrative nightmare, so it could be possible. Okay, we're going to tie a ribbon around that. Thank you very much. Thank you for keeping it kind in the most part. It was much appreciated. All right, petitions. We have a petition to be presented by Councillor Sullivan on the cat bus.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a petition from 336 people regarding the Fremantle cat service. And given that the item is being considered tonight, I will read the petition or the main part of it. So we, the residents of Fremantle and visitors, petition the Minister of Transport and the City of Fremantle Council's Finance and Policy Committee to prevent the cancellation of the Fremantle cat bus service. At present, the service is in jeopardy of being cancelled due to funding issues. The Fremantle cat bus service is respected commodity valued by all who use this inclusive service. We demand the Minister of Transport and the City of Fremantle Council's FPOL committee to continue this highly regarded and used facility for both residents and visitors of the Fremantle area. And I would note, Mayor and councillors, that the petition is signed by a lot of people throughout Fremantle, but it's also signed by a lot of people who are from surrounding jurisdictions, a lot of people in Attadale and further east. And I note that because the petitioners probably could equally be petitioning not just the Minister for Transport, but the local members here in Fremantle, but also Lisa O'Malley, the member for Bicton, and members in their own areas as well, because this is as much about Fremantle as it is about the state, and that's why the petitioners are petitioning both the Minister and the Council as well. So I'll table that petition
Thanks,
for
Councillor
consideration.
Sullivan. Thank you very much. We don't have any deputations or special deputations or presentations, so I'll move that we confirm the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council dated 26 April 2023. Get a seconder for that. Councillor Moughlin. no discussion, I would assume everyone is comfortable with things in the minutes. We certainly haven't had anyone raise anything, so I'll put that one to a vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Elected member communication. I haven't had any notice of. Councillor Thompson, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I wasn't here for declarations of interest, so could I just give a declaration of interest now? In the proposed lease on Waylup Civic Centre retail space. I will declare a indirect financial interest in under section 561, as I am a client of that business and have been for a number of years. And I will be leaving the room for that.
Oh, okay. Okie doke. Any further elected member communication? Everyone's now thinking, what's the business and have I been there before? Glasses, yeah. Where do you buy your glasses? It's a pertinent conversation tonight. In terms of the order of the agenda, I'm seeing probably equal numbers here for the markets and the cat bus review. So we'll go in order of the agenda, starting with the FPOL items, which means we'll debate the markets item first. So I'll move the officer's recommendation for that item. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Archibald. Members who would like to open our debate. Councillor Pemberton.
Sure, if nobody else is jumping in. I guess I'm just keen to remind us all that the decision before us tonight is actually a really straightforward one. We have a business plan that is going out for advertising. Some of the commentary and questions from the chamber, from the members of the public, implied that we were signing off on a lease, and I just wanted to reaffirm the fact that we're not there yet, and there's still some way to go. Notwithstanding that, I think, the markets have proven themselves to be a really good tenant, and I think it's also worth really reminding ourselves about the policy, about the commercial leasing policy, and that this is a commercial business. A commercial property. It's not listed as some kind of special community use or something like that. It's a commercial property in our portfolio. And I note that our policy says, as has been cited already, that if a commercial tenant is paying market rent and adds some intrinsic value to the character of Fremantle or serves as a destination in itself, then we don't need to go out to tender. And I think that the markets falls well within that policy. There's been some commentary and concerns from some people in the public about the length of the lease to date and the fact that it's over 40 years, nearing 50. And I guess I'll just also state that the Geno's lease has been 52 years. And I note that the lease comes up for renewal in 2028, and that'll make it 57 years of the lease. And are we proposing to put the Geno's lease out to tender? Now, arguably, I would say that the Fremantle Markets is performing better than Geno's, to my view, as a member of the public and customer and that sort of thing. But likewise, both are very popular, iconic businesses in Fremantle. And so I do think that this is the right decision in this place, and particularly because of the service to community that the Fremantle Markets is currently providing, both in terms of being the best rental return that we get from our portfolio, our commercial portfolio, as well as being the #1 destination in Fremantle that tourists want to visit and visitors want to visit. As somebody who's worked in the tourism sector here in Fremantle on and off for many years, I can certainly attest to that firsthand. And also state that it's also a really relevant business for us locally. And personally, I purchase my eggs there pretty much every week. And it's bustling every time I go in. And there's interesting businesses and lots of good vibes and that sort of stuff. That was not the case 10 years ago. And I would say that if it was still performing in the way it was 10, 15 years ago, then I might have more reservations. But I really think it's crazy if we are thinking about putting a highly successful business in Fremantle that is paying full commercial rent and giving us a very good rental return out to tender, that puts it into jeopardy and creates a lot of uncertainty and delays. And those delays are really already been dragging on in terms of the works that need to be undertaken. So I do think that we need to expedite this process efficiently, but with all due diligence certainly taken to hand. And I welcome the public or anybody else's commentary on the business case while it goes out for advertising, because this is the absolute time we need to actually be hearing that feedback. If people have substantive concerns with the actual business case that's being put, then now is the opportunity to bring that to Council's attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Vusick.
Thank you. I might need a bit of guidance here. I'd like to give you my reasons why I would put to this council that this item needs to be deferred.
Okay, so you're wanting to move a deferral motion?
Yes, and I want to give you reasons why.
Okay, so you'll need a seconder for a deferral motion. So Councillor Kamadi, you want a second deferral motion? Okay, so you can speak to a deferral motion for 5 minutes to give us your reasons why.
Okay.
We've got it on the screen, I think. Thanks.
At the FPOL committee meeting on the 10th of May, I stated that it is in my view that the recommendation before us, and that is the business case, is seriously compromised under the Local Government Act. This is one of the most important decisions of my term as an elected member. To further assist me in making this decision, I instructed Glenn McLeod from Glenn McLeod Legal to provide me with legal advice on sections 3.58, 3.59, 5.41 and 5.92 of the Local Government Act and the leasing of city property in a competitive manner policy. Does the committee recommendation, which was from FPOL, meet the requirements of the Local Government Act of 5.41 and 5.292, and that is in relation to the matter of having enough information or all of the information before us as elected members to make a decision. I'm not going to go through all of the sections, but I will read out the following. Just a minute. The second, it says here, there are two relevant sections of the Local Government Act relating to the provision of information to the Council. The first one is 5.41, which concerns the functions of the CEO. That section relevantly provides that one of the CEO's functions is to ensure that advice and information is available to the Council so that informed decisions can be made. It is their view in this. I had a view myself when I read that act, but like I said, I deferred to someone who's a lot more knowledgeable to me than I am. So basically, the conclusion is that the information held by the CEO of another proposal for the leasing of the property should have been provided to the Council for the FPOL meeting. It is difficult to see how this information would not have assisted in making of the decision for the disposal process and endorsement of the business plan. The GTL enterprise proposal was not provided, and therefore I referred to that advice to say that we cannot proceed with the recommendation before us. Has the City met compliance with the local public notice given for the disposal? It does not appear that the local public notice has been given on this disposal. The City's disposal of property public notice was last updated on the 13th of February 2023. Just a second.
I'll hold you there.
And does not include the property. Okay. So there are some issues there.
Councillor Vusick, I would just sort of remind you that this is just giving some reasons for a deferral.
Well, I am giving you reasons. You might disagree, but they're reasons I'm giving you.
Sort of needs to be on why would we defer, not why would we make the decision. No. Councillor Pemberton.
What I'm saying, I would like to be given an opportunity to speak without any commentary, you know. And this is important. This is a legal matter. It is a good opinion, and if there's any doubt, we ought to defer this decision tonight, and I will have a deferral here.
So can I just confirm that the procedural motion you're moving is the one that's up on the screen there? Are those words you've provided?
Well, that was what we started off with, but I didn't confirm that.
So just in order to be
it is along the lines
clear,
of that.
We do need specific words on the screen, because I
Well,
think if
I
someone's
said here,
seconding it and we vote on it, then we need to know what it is.
I said I therefore seek a deferral of this item on legal grounds for a period of 90 days so that the city can consider further legal advice for the two proposals. There's one proposal before us for GTL investments, and there is another one from Warren Thomas, who spoke this evening.
So I'm going to have to get you to put that in writing in a way that it can be a motion that we can vote on. And so if you want to work with agendas and minutes to do that, it's just really important that before we get someone to second it and before we vote on it, everyone understands what it is.
I was led to believe I could do that this evening, is just to put it up. So why aren't we just making that adjustment then?
All right. Do you want to, if you could give some words to that would be handy.
Okay, I'll email it to you. So basically that is going to be my deferral. It is based on the legal matters that I've discussed. And there is just one point I want to say in conclusion, and that is as Tim Foster's proposal was neither revealed to council nor it would seem properly investigated, council will be running a significant risk that decisions on the matter will be invalid and susceptible to judicial review in the Supreme Court. This applies whatever the disposal path pursued. The decision is quite comprehensive. It looks at both scenarios 1 and 2, and there's some real issues. As an elected member, I think we should be deferring.
Okay, can I ask you to table that legal advice?
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so we're going to be getting something up on the screen. Councillor Kamada, this puts you in a difficult position because you don't have in front of you what you are seconding.
Wait a sec.
But if you're comfortable to speak now as a seconder, you've got 3 minutes to speak to the seconding of a procedural motion.
Thank you, Mayor Fitzharding. The way I look at this is a little bit more simple, and I thank all the speakers that came tonight who contributed and on both sides of the argument. And I think this is a really emotive issue. We all love the Fremantle markets. I was lucky enough to have one of my first jobs there, working in the ice cream shop. And you know, as a young kid, I remember going with Mum and the family, and there was always a beautiful vibe down there. So I do know how important this is to everyone. But I also feel that we don't really know what the best value is out there. And I feel the only way to do this is to test the marketplace. And to be truly transparent, this should be policy for such an important, much-loved community asset. And I feel it's in the best interest of all parties to follow the process suggested on page 45 of the agenda in scenario 1, which states the key benefit associated with this scenario is that it would enable the ability to access the market and alternative operators models in an open, transparent manner.
Councillor Kamada, I'm going to call you up because this is a deferral motion, you need to speak to why it should be deferred for a period of time. What you're talking to is an alternative recommendation.
I'm trying to cover that in what I'm saying. So I'll cut to the chase, I suppose. I do believe that this should be deferred because there are factors that have not fully been revealed to us, and I just think that it's important. Or maybe it's factors that I don't understand properly at this point, and so I would be more than comfortable with a deferral.
Okay, thank you. Now, we don't debate procedural motions such as this, so we're just waiting to get it up on the screen. Everyone to be happy that what's on the screen is what they moved and seconded. Okay. Yeah, that's far as. Okay, so everyone is clear in terms of the deferral, because I'm going to ask you to vote on it in a minute. Give everyone a chance to read it. We're all good. Make eye contact with me when you, yeah. So if you vote yes, you are voting yes to the procedural motion at this stage. All right. All those in favour of the procedural motion? And that's lost. So we will return to debate on the item. Okay. Before we go back into debate, and Councillor Lawver, I'll be coming to you in a minute. I did receive advice post the FPOL meeting, prior to this meeting, that the market's name is in fact in the lease ours rather than the market's. So I don't know if Mr. Hammond wants to elaborate on that for elected members, but I would want to make sure that that's clear to everyone.
Oh, too many people on. Through the Mayor, that's correct. So under the terms of the lease, whilst the Fremantle Markets possibly owns a business name currently, a term of the lease is that when the lease finishes, that is handed back to the City of Fremantle.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Lawver actually had the call, so now I've got a different list on my list. So if you can...
Can I continue what I...
No. No, because the deferral was lost, so we're now back on the item. Yeah, that's cool. If you can... Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Lawver. Councillor Lawver.
Great, thank you, Mayor and councillors. And I think we're all here to do the best thing that we can for the ratepayers of Fremantle. I don't think there's anyone around this table that has any other motivation beyond that. And for me, when I came to the FPOL meeting to watch that debate, at that point in time, it was really clear to me what the council should be doing. I just think that this is it is a big decision to advertise. It is starting down a process, and no matter what's decided tonight, there still is at the minimum 42 days for other things to come to light. But the markets are our #1 income generating asset. They've been a great tenant. They do return a lot for the taxpayers. I bought my vegetables there when I first moved to Fremantle over 10 years ago, and there is significant risk with changing operators. There's no doubt about that. But part of the justification for going down this path, as we were told, was that there was no real market, or there was no real test to go out to market. And I'm not here to debate proposals, by the way. I don't want to, that's not our role here tonight. But we have received information that maybe there is a market out there to test. And that within the past 24 hours, we've all received different documents. And we've received some new information tonight also about the name itself, which was a significant risk, that maybe it's not such a significant risk. And while I couldn't support a deferral for 90 days, I would have supported a potential deferral for 30 days for the officers to maybe further examine what has come through in the recent 24, 48 hours and come back to us with more information as to whether or not this would still be what their recommendation is. So while I couldn't support the 90-day deferral, if it was moved to maybe a 30-day deferral to give their officers time to explore those things, I would be open to that. Because it is, we do want to get this right. It is a potential decision for 20 years. If the roof blows off in the next 30 days, it's not because we deferred it for 30 days. It's because of, we haven't done anything in a long time. So I think that with this new information that's come to us, it would behoove us just to take a brief moment to let officers explore that and get back to us. So I'm not moving a 30-day deferral. I'm just flagging that if there is sufficient interest, I would be possibly supporting that. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jones.
Thank you. Look, I just want to make it absolutely clear, there is no alternative proposal. This is a complete furphy. There is no process by which the council's invited alternative proposals. There's no tender process in place. It would be completely improper for the council officers to consider this supposed application and to give us advice on it. The choice we have is simply to negotiate with the current tenant ahead of time, which is eminently sensible because it gives the stallholders security, the ability to borrow money to invest in their stalls, to advertise their business, to buy stock, or we go into a period of 3 years of uncertainty with a possible tender process, with a possible outcome from the tender process, which may or may not be better. So I just want to completely refute this idea that there are alternative proposals that need to be considered. There are not. And there won't be any unless the council decides to go through this business process and then reject it, and then instruct the officers to start a tender process. And I presume that would only start about a year before the vacation of the markets, I don't know. And once that process starts, it'll be 100% confidential. The councillors will have no role in it whatsoever. Anybody putting in a proposal won't be allowed to talk to a councillor about it, otherwise they'll be disqualified. So this whole process of talking about alternative proposals, alternative schemes, is complete rubbish. And I just think people need to see that and stop talking about it because it doesn't exist.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Kamada.
Okay, thank you. I'll continue on from my ramble before. Look, I agree with Councillor Lorver that we're not here to debate the proposals, and I just want to reiterate a comment that Councillor Pemberton raised that I appreciate this current item is for the purposes of advertising the business plan, and that urgent maintenance projects are one of the main issues among others. Part of this advertising includes inviting submissions from the community, and that's outlined on page 42 of the agenda. So if the officer's recommendation is voted in tonight, I encourage those interested to take this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kamada. Councillor Groom.
So the Fremantle markets and the cat bus were some of the very first discussions that I heard when I started on council about 3.5 years ago. So the idea that these have come out of the blue is not true. Council has wrestled with both discussions for a really long time. What is the right way forward on Fremantle markets? And 3 years ago, I heard that this maintenance was urgent and imminent. But we're still kind of wrestling with what seems to be a really tricky decision. That if we put our landlord hat on, a responsibility to manage assets on behalf of the city, any landlord that has a good tenant just hangs on to them. We could hope that maybe we can get another few bucks, but we could also lose extended money over time in that transition. Or we can keep providing a service that we know attracts people to Fremantle week in, week out, and therefore delivers returns for our community. The second part of my consideration of tonight's discussion is that this is a consultation process. It is a very defined process in the Act. It gives plenty of opportunity for people to have their say, for councillors to really interrogate staff with some of these questions that they might have, for us to get to the bottom of those issues. But as Councillor Jones has said, it is not a free-for-all where people can put ideas they might have about how they can run the business better on the table. It asks council to make that fundamental consideration that I'm talking to. Do we believe we have a good tenant and a good operator, and we continue to back that like a loyal landlord? Or do we roll the dice? We may get something better, we may not. And that's the consideration in front of us tonight, is to allow that discussion to start amongst councillors and in the community, so we can consider that feedback at the end of that period, and then we have it out as a debate around this table.
Thank you, Councillor Groom. Councillor Vusic.
You know what's interesting? There is many aspects to this particular item. For me, whether it's going to be the current occupant going to get the lease for 20 years, for me, it's about getting the best outcome for the ratepayers and residents of this city. But as an elected member, to have gone to a number of meetings and to be informed that there is no one else interested in the markets, to be informed that this is the best deal we have got, so therefore we need to go down the business plan route as the only way to achieve an outcome. I take offence at that. I need, as an elected member, to have compliance by the Local Government Act. 5.41 says, CEO, you shall give all relevant information to elected members to make an informed decision. That did not happen.
Councillor Vusic, I'm going to call you up under Regulation 10 of the Local Government Code of Conduct regs, which I'm sure you know. Elected and committee members may not direct or attempt to direct employees, attempt to influence the conduct of an employee by means of a threat or the promise of a reward, make a statement that an employee is incompetent or dishonest, or use offensive or objectionable expressions in reference to an employee. Do you want to reconsider your last statement?
I will reconsider my statement to say, as an elected member, I don't discuss dispersions on the CEO's integrity or character. I'm merely saying that I required to have all of the information that was there. To suggest that the proposal that we're talking about here with GTL Enterprises was a minor event is just not true. It was written. There were meetings with top officials in the city. I consider that as a vital piece of information. It's as simple as that. I didn't get my information.
Thanks, Councillor Vusic. Councillor Mofflin.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose many of the things that I would like to say tonight have already been spoken about, particularly in regards to whether this was a commercial process, and if we were a commercial entity, I couldn't see us putting up a for lease sign on an asset which generates such good income for the city and essentially is the vibe for Fremantle. If anyone ever comes to Fremantle, they visit the Fremantle markets, and it's in its current form that people come to visit those markets. So if we were sitting there hoping that we might get something better, I agree entirely with Councillor Groom. We take the bird in the hand every day of the week. And just to pick up on the point that Councillor Vusic was making, alternative proposals, and Councillor Jones, alternative proposals don't exist. I didn't open my emails to read those that came through to me after I became aware of those. And when the city officers were presenting information to us, they did present information which spoke about other markets which operated in Australia, and they spoke to the operating models that existed. And the reason I believe that this recommendation has come back to us is that the officers believed that the operating model that we had for Fremantle markets was the one that would return the best for the city and for the ratepayers. Now, as elected members, it is pretty straightforward. If we don't think that this business case is appropriate and that we shouldn't be advertising, we just vote it down tonight. There's no behind closed doors carry on, no hint of impropriety here that we should be even considering. Just say, I don't support advertising the business plan, and we move on. Just before I finish, just want to pick up on a comment that was made in public question time earlier, and I didn't read the newspaper article that it was referring to, but I certainly don't remember in the FPOL meeting that I made a comment that the markets had lost their mojo and that we should go down this path regardless of that at the time. And I'm more than happy to go back and check the video and stand by what I said at that time.
Thanks, Councillor Moughlin. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. Let's be really clear about this. The markets is not up for lease. It's got 3 and a bit years left on its tenancy. The notion that that we're leasing the building right now in a normal way is simply not true. What we're doing is taking advantage of an opportunity, a mutually beneficial opportunity between the current tenant and the needs of the city and the needs of the building. So the speakers that were concerned about the building and its condition should be celebrating the fact that we're trying to negotiate a way of bringing forward really important works to that building. That's an investment. And as people who have been following what the city has been doing in more recent years with tenancies, typically investments are handled both by the tenant and by the city. That's not unusual. It is often a way to get ahead with these types of things. So there are actual benefits for the city in renegotiating a lease 3.5 years out and starting to look at ways in which we can hit the ground running right now with the heritage outcomes. But we're also hitting the ground running right now with the opportunity to close any uncertainty that would exist for the next 3 years. What I would hate to see is a 3-year period where the current operator felt like they were sort of, running out of time and perhaps losing interest, because that's what would cause the markets to go into decline and would cause this uncertainty that's been talked about by some of the storeholders tonight in terms of their futures as well. So that uncertainty can be closed. That gap, that last few years of a tenancy can be closed by renegotiating the future tenancy moving forward and bringing forward the investment that comes with. But the fundamental issue for us as a council, as has been pointed out by Councillor Pemberton, is that we have a responsibility with our policy to do 2 things. We don't need to go into the fact that they are and have been a good tenant. The business plan process prescribed by the Act is an incredibly onerous one. No other private sector landlord would ever have to contemplate to go through such a complexity. But it does actually provide a legitimate and publicly transparent process for both ourselves and for the community to test whether doing this renegotiated early lease complies with our policy. And the financials of that are we getting market value? And that's the question. That's the only real question in this entire process that I think remains relevant to advertising with this with the business plan. So those people in the community who would like to put in tenders for a lease are 3.5 years early, or maybe 20 years early. I'm not too sure. It depends where it lands. But if they want to try and convince us what the fair market value is for this building, then that's the current process that we have. And advertising this allows people to comment on the business plan to that extent, and only to that extent. And it's our responsibility as elected members to take that information and actually decide for ourselves whether we're getting fair market value. We were given a report that the officers had provided that absolutely made it clear that from their opinion and all of the inputs that they've had, which have been considerable so far, that fair market value exists. We are advertising that to the general public now, and that's the process, and I absolutely support it.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. There's no more names on my screen. Does that mean no one else wishes to speak? Thanks, Councillor Archibald.
Okay, sorry. I don't want to say very much because a lot of very good things have already been said. I think, though, that it's worth saying that we are talking about the city owns a building. We don't own the business, and the business is owned by Fremantle Markets Proprietary Limited. And so that is what we're dealing with. The business has been built up over decades on that location, and I think that it's very easy to look at it and say, well, I could run that market better, but it's a business that was built up over a very long time. It has gone out widely, you know, all over Australia and even internationally, and made itself known. And that's what the business did, not us. It was the business that did that work. So I just think I know some people have sent me emails, and I've spoken to a few people where they were sort of saying, well, you know, others could run the market better. I just want to stress that this is a business that it took decades to build, and I respect it for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Archibald. Let's not get into the clapping. Any other councillors wishing to speak on the item? Otherwise, I'll close and put it to a vote. Okay. In closing, I think there's just a couple of things I'd like to say. You'll hear me say later with the cat bus item, we spent feels like more than 7 long nights talking about budget since February this year, on top of the normal business of council. Totally, council's great. If you're thinking about running for council, you 100% should, but we do spend a lot of time together talking about things like, you know, capital projects, operational expenses, revenue sources. And I think when officers made a recommendation to us, if they were in any question as to our desire to find improved revenue sources so we can pay for every single thing that we do as a local government, I'd be very surprised after all those meetings. It's an absolute priority. Now, officers make a recommendation to councillors. Councillors don't make a recommendation to officers. They do that based on their professional judgment and the strategic direction of where we want to go. We want to grow revenue, right? We want to retain and grow revenue. So in my mind, I can't read officers' minds, but that's foremost for them in this conversation. They could have recommended 2 different directions. They could have said, go down a business plan with the existing operators, or they sort of could have recommended go out to tender. And in doing that assessment, they've come back with go down the business plan route. That's their professional recommendation. If, as a council, we want to go, you've got that completely wrong, we should be here with an alternate recommendation saying, we want you to put this out to tender, but by the way, that won't be for 3 years, which will mean that those capital works don't get done likely until then. So that's where we stand. I think there's just one other point I would make, and and I completely support the officer's recommendation for all the reasons that have been outlined by my colleagues. One thing that just struck me when I was listening to Councillor Groom speak, we hear a lot about people going, oh, landlords in Fremantle. You know, they don't do anything to keep good tenants. They kick them out onto I could name some names, and I'm absolutely not going to, but you know, this shop I love very much has been kicked out of their building, and I'm really upset with the landlord. Do you want that landlord to be council? Because that is effectively what we would be saying here. We want to be a good landlord. We have a policy that allows us to go down this route. It's compliant with the Local Government Act, and I fully support advertising, which is where we're at, the business plan. So I'm going to put the officer's recommendation to a vote. All those in favour? And those against? Councillors Vusic and Kamada against, and that is carried. Thank you. So that'll be going out for advertising, 42-day period, etc. As per the agenda, you're really welcome to stay for the cat bus item. All you people in the T-shirts, come on. They stayed for you. They had no choice. But otherwise, I'm just going to give you a minute to clear out the gallery so that we can hear the next debate. I have to move it and second it and vote it, and half the people are out. No, well, okay. Councillor Jones is wanting us to move. We have a 5-minute adjournment, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All those in favour, who's in the room, who can vote? Yep, we're just having a quick comfort break adjournment because it could be a bit longer tonight. All right, this is your little sort of 5-minute warning, less than 5 minutes, 2 minutes warning. Maybe if you want to come in, it'd be great if you could be in the gallery and sitting down as soon as all my councillors get back from their comfort break. Yeah, you were good. You didn't even vote for the adjournment. You were so quick. All right. We're missing 3. Okay, so we're just waiting for councillors Lang, Kamada, Thompson's back. Councillors, without starting the meeting again, I might move. I don't believe there's going to be any debate on FPOL 23043, just to make sure I'm going through all the FPOL items. So, does anyone have anything they're going to want to say on that? This is the lease downstairs. No, he doesn't. So. Okay, no, good. All right, I might. Yeah, so I might recommence the meeting now. Two people are going to run through the door in a second. Councillor Thompson, you have changed your position in terms of your disclosure of interest. Do you want to just speak to that for a minute?
Yes, it's still a disclosure of interest, but I will stay and observe. I'm not leaving because it's basically I'll buy my glasses there, so it's very minor.
So it's impartiality. So your vote? Yep. Okay. So I'm going to move the officer's recommendation for the proposed lease FPOL 2304-3. Get a seconder for that. Councillor Jones, I think, jumped first. No, any debate on the item? Nope. So I'll put that one to a vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Missing councillors without Councillor Kamada, but that's fine. And we can tick that one off the list. Just doing some agenda tidy up, Councillor Graham. Okay, so we'll go to the cat bus item. So I will move the officer's recommendation, seconded by Councillor Lorver. We do have a number of amendments. Unless anyone feels very strongly that they wish to speak before we move to the amendments, I'll move them in the order they were received. So you can ask a question.
Thank you. First of all, I was wondering if, before we get into debate on the side, because this cat bus has been around for a substantial amount of time, if officers were prepared to maybe even just give a description of what the route was when it was first brought in. If you're able to do that, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor, Mr. Kingdom. Councillor Kingdom.
Thank you.
It's got a promotion or a demotion, depends how you see it.
Definitely promotion. Thank you. Through the chair, the origins of the cat, of course, go back to 97, which was the Fremantle Clipper, which replaced what was a free transit zone that ended up not being so free. But the Fremantle Clipper, which was introduced on weekends, without trying to share the screen here, it was around the core of the city. It went up Elder Place, it went up to the Arts Centre, Aquatic Centre, came back down through Parish Street, and then in front of the Esplanade and out to Victoria Quay. So it was a very tight circuit. So that was the Clipper, which was in 97. At the time of 97, they were talking about it as a cat because Perth had a cat and we wanted one, but they branded it Fremantle Clipper because the deal was very different with how Perth was funding it. So in 2000, the very first route was a figure of 8, which went similar to the Clipper. It was more regular and on extra days, and the route went as far as excuse me for a second, South Street, and then turned back round. So it was sort of servicing the very top end of what we call South Fremantle. And later on, it was extended to South Beach to try and activate South Beach.
Trust that answers your question, Councillor Norther. Thank you. Councillor Lang on the item.
Thanks. Thanks so much for everyone coming tonight to speak. I know that numbers have dwindled and it's getting late. I wish everyone could have been here and to watch the debate, but also acknowledging that some people in the public speaking can be difficult for a lot of people. So I applaud everyone who got up and spoke tonight about this issue, which is obviously extremely important for your day-to-day life and your lifestyle in Fremantle. I'm just going to flag straight up. I simply cannot bring myself to vote against removal of public transport and cannot vote against the removal of the cat in Fremantle. But, yeah, as it stands, in particular, I can't vote to remove the cat without a backup plan in place. We've got no backup plan in place whatsoever. And in fact, I am somewhat shocked that we're sitting here debating ripping public transport out of Fremantle. It goes against everything I believe and what I understand what our council stands for.
Are you finished, Councillor Lang?
No, actually. Removing the cat bus is, we're talking, it's 4 weeks away from now. That's June 30. We've got no plan in place. I bet you guys have got no plan in place of what you're going to do for transport. It's somewhat distressing for me, and I can't imagine how you feel at the moment. In the same 4 weeks, the Cappuccino Strip car park is also going to close in Fremantle. We're going to have less public transport and less car parks. If anyone here would like to do the math on that, that means we're going to have far less available car bays in Fremantle, which means anyone who's visiting from any other part of Fremantle, whether it be White Gum Valley or wherever, or anyone visiting from Perth, are going to struggle to find car bays. We're going to have more traffic congestion, and we'll have less foot traffic, and that has flow-on effects for our businesses as well. This is in 4 weeks from now. What we've got in front of us tonight, I believe, just culling the cat bus, and we'll probably hear some arguments about we've got to rip the band-aid off and the PTA will come to the rescue. Maybe there's some merit in that argument, but it's an extremely high-risk gamble with an extremely low return. Another point that I made when we spoke about this at the local was I've never had a single phone call or email from anyone to say get rid of the cat bus.
Yeah, no gallery contributions. Thank you.
What's become apparent to me since this debate has actually started in the last 2 weeks, I know that many of us here are saying we've been debating this for years. Well, we have actually behind closed doors, and it became apparent to me that there's been no discussion with anyone in the community. So it's come as a complete shock to everyone in Fremantle that we're even considering getting rid of this bus. There's been no debate with the community, and there's been no consultation with the community on this either. And that's quite concerning from my perspective as a councillor. We've also got no data, no actual real data to inform that decision on the screen. We don't know what we're getting rid of. We don't know who it's impacting. We did a survey in a pandemic with one bus running at a 20-minute frequency. That is not a survey. The service wasn't running at a frequency that's going to attract more people to use it. And I'm sure everyone else in the room understands that. March 22nd, so 14 months ago, we had a meeting, a council meeting on the cat bus. I actually watched it today on the train on the way to work. And what first thing hit me was this is a meeting we had in a lockdown. So there was no one from the community had the opportunity to come and speak to the item like we saw tonight. Tonight's actually the first real mass rally and consultation and debate we've actually had on the cat bus. It didn't happen 14 months ago. And in that meeting 14 months ago, if anyone watches that on YouTube, you can go and look at it, March 2022, we were calling for data. We were calling to get an understanding about who uses the cat bus so we could make an informed decision. We were calling for looking at other options for the route. We were calling for solutions, and we were calling for advocacy. What's arrived today is just kill the cat bus. I've been waiting 14 months to see, and we have seen some alternate routes, which are great, but I was also waiting in that period to see what are the metrics on those routes, if we've got more information on the routes, what do they cost, so we can compare. None of that has arrived. We're just being told, here's a solution, get rid of it, we're gonna save some money. And on the topic of who uses the cat, I think it is a myth that the cat only supports residents in South Fremantle. I'm looking at residents now that I know don't live in South Fremantle that are here to defend or talk about the red cat bus. I expect we would have more users of the Red Cat bus here if the Red Cat bus is still running. I think the idea of Donny Sport South Fremantle is also a myth because it makes the amenity of the city that we all live in better for visitors and ourselves. It supports our ageing population. We've heard from speakers tonight. People with accessibility issues. That's what I'm struggling with the most, is how are people who are dependent on this to get around, to get to the shop, to get out of isolation, to social network, what are you going to do? What are we going to do to help that community? What are we going to do as a council to replace that service that we're taking away in 4 weeks? And then tourists as well. We know tourists use the bus. Obviously, tourists can't be here because they don't know it's leaving. So I hopped on to TripAdvisor for some remarks about the cat bus. Wonderful free service that makes it easy for visitors to get around town. I also noticed many locals use it to go and get their shopping. We've got some other guy here from, I don't know where it's, Sheffield, Smithfield. Brief visit to Fremantle, visiting friends from Cairns. Positive remarks about the cat bus. 18 of the most useful stops, including the market, Victoria Quay, relaxing the South Beach, and you rest your feet from walking. We are impressed by the Fremantle cat, having good experience with Perth cats, much more tourist friendly than Melbourne. So the tourists, if they knew it was going, I think would probably be here to speak in its favour as well. And this is moving on to this item about cost as well. In our debate internally, the cat bus constantly comes up as a cost, and we're so fixated on this cost element of money, and not once has the value conversation of money really moved into the debate. The cost element as well. My colleagues say we can't afford the cat. Well, actually, what we've learned in the last 2 weeks is the cat is fully funded by on-street parking on Sundays. So I'd argue we can't afford other things within the budget that's been proposed at the moment. The cat is fully funded. Sunday on-street parking brings in $1.5 million. We could get more cats. We could put cats out to White Gum Valley. We could put cats to the heart of Beaconsfield. The cat is funded. And something else from the March 22 meeting that we had, we looked at the introduction of parking on Marine Terrace and Ord Street to fund the cat again. And I'm asking my colleagues, if that parking levy had been introduced to fund the cat, would that have helped you, would that lessen the burden of the cost, bringing in another parking tax to pay for the cat? So that would have been 2 we brought in, which would be well north of $1.5 million. And this notion that we can't afford it, let's forget about that it is already funded. It would mean an additional 1.5% on our rates. It's about $50 per ratepayer in the city of Fremantle. But ignore that because we know it's funded by Sunday parking. And for some context, people might also mention that the cat bus is a service that we shouldn't be providing. There is an extremely long list of services and costs that this city provides that we shouldn't be providing. Restoration of the Roundhouse, $500,000. We're the only local government in Australia that looks after its respective oldest building. And that's money that we could be spending on our own services. We spend over $1 million on a legal centre. It's a service. And I'm not for any moment suggesting we get rid of the legal centre, but I'm just flagging there's $1 million. Community safety, $1.2 million. I would argue that we're potentially doing some of the police's work in community safety, and we should have more police on the beat in Fremantle. It's $1.2 million. And here's another one I like, the little square bits of paper we put on the dashboard when you pay for your parking ticket. That's $150,000 a year on paper we spend as well, right? So I'm just contextualising what other things we spend. And the University of Notre Dame, which probably will come up later in debate, we have had an MOU in place with them since they arrived in Fremantle, where they agreed to give $70,000 to the city of Fremantle. That $70,000 was never CPI'd. And in fact, the MOU expired 2 years ago, and I've been asking for meetings, I've been asking for more work to be done on the MOU. Where's it up to? Notre Dame haven't paid the $70,000 for 2 years now, all right? So that's more lost revenue. If $70,000 CPI'd from the 2000s, that would be another couple of $100,000 that we'll be looking at contribution. And maybe if we've got a new MOU, can we start to debate, or can we start to negotiate with Notre Dame and say 70,000 CPI, MOU. Let's look at that for the cat bus. In terms of the state deal,
Councillor Lang, I'm going to just mention that you're pretty much over your 10 minutes, so it might be a good time to...
Not a problem. Thank you for that. So I have got amendments flagged, and I'm conscious that there might be an order which they're raised. But the key thing is, in the amendments, we need to buy some more time. We need to go back and speak to other stakeholders, and we need to look for options, any options to try and provide alternative transport for anyone visiting and anyone living in the city. Just to merely give up and roll over and say 30th of June, see you later, is unacceptable, and I think it's irresponsible. So when my amendments come up later on, I'll move in second, hopefully get a second and we can debate them, but just walking away from this in 4 weeks would be completely irresponsible.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't have any other speakers listed to speak at this stage. Doesn't mean other people aren't going to speak. It's probably then means we can go to the amendment. So we'll work through them in the order received. Sorry? Yeah. You'd hope so, wouldn't you, Councillor Jones? Okay. So I put an amendment in which was really, I guess, off the back of the community sentiment. So if we can put that up on the screen, which is part 5, which I want to change very slightly. It seeks to form, in the one that's been printed, a CEO working group in your printed agendas. What I've since realised is that a CEO working group, the membership needs to go back to council, which means we wouldn't get started for another month, which didn't seem like a good thing. So I've changed it to reference group, which can be appointed immediately should this recommendation be included. So I'll move that. I just wanted to, Councillor Mofflin, you're happy to second that? I guess just in speaking to this, the one thing I think we all agree on is that public transport, and in a way I think I should have written this differently, in Fremantle is hugely important. And I will speak later, I guess, to some of the points Councillor Lang's raised, because there's a long list of things we have done to try and make this happen. Community support to try and assist us in those conversations is something we can absolutely benefit from at this point in time. And I think it's broader than the Blue Cat. I think it's public transport quite generally in Fremantle. So that is, I don't think it needs much more explanation. It's a proposed part 5 to the recommendation. Any other speakers on that? Councillor Lang?
Thanks. Look, I'm generally okay with the intent of this, and I think it fits in perfectly with the other 2 amendments. It can work. The only thing I'm challenged by is I guess, the concession that the cat is gone, and I don't want to give up on that yet. And yeah, so it's like we're just rolling over already. I would be more comfortable if it said something like, this should have been done 6 months ago or 12 months ago, but I'm okay with the group, but just maybe it would read better if it was the South Fremantle and following immediately or something like this. I just want to stress the urgency is we need to do something now, and we've got 4 weeks. Waiting until it's gone to get a reference group is too late. I just wanted to change it to make it more of an urgency.
Yep. All right, so as mover, yeah, okay, thank you. So I'm just consulting Councillor Mofflin, Deputy Mayor Mofflin, because he's the seconder. I think we're both comfortable with moving following the cessation of the Blue Cat service, which means that it would happen effectively immediately. Would that address your concerns, Councillor Lang? So delete following the cessation. So we're deleting everything after South Fremantle area, and then including this group would include community representatives. That's what we're proposing. That's what we just said. Okay. All right, so Councillor Moughlin and I are happy to do that, effective immediately. So it's now on the screen, just so that everyone's clear. Councillor Pemberton, you were raising a different issue, I think, around whether it should be South Fremantle or Fremantle more broadly. Mike. Okay. Councillor Moughlin, what do you think? Yeah. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's a bit, this is a specific issue, I guess, that's come up tonight. You know, more broadly, I think we want to probably start looking at precedents that could roll out more across the Fremantle area. So I think we might leave it as South Fremantle at this stage. Okay. Councillor Lorber?
Yeah, I support this amendment. I would have supported going to Fremantle more broadly because I just hopped on Trip Planner and looked at buses between here and, well, the Fremantle station and South Beach, and there was a bus leaving at 8:38, 8:46, 9:03, 9:10, and 9:17. So there's 5 buses that, in the span of 39 minutes, that will go from Fremantle station to South Beach, according to Trip Planner.
Okay, I'm not going to get into debating the transport timetable. It's going to be a very
that's
long
according
night.
to Trip Planner here. If you're going to go out South Street, Hilton Way, it takes an hour and 30 minutes to get 5 buses. One leaves at 8:34, one leaves at 8:56, one's 9:26, one's 9:56, one's 10:04. So when we talk about, I'm not saying, I just wanted to bring some context to the frequency of service. It's not that I don't support public transport. It's just that when we look at different areas of the city, we see a lot of different things as well. So I support this amendment fully, and I support public transport, but I just wanted to bring some context to the frequency of service to other areas of our wonderful city. Thank you.
Yep. So there will be opportunity to debate kind of the substance, I think, on the way through, but I would encourage people when we're on the amendments just to really focus in on the amendments because it is a long night. Anything further on the amendment, or can I put the amendment? Okay, all those in favour of the amendment? Yep, and against? So that looked unanimous to me. The second amendments were received from Councillor Pemberton, so we'll just jump those up on the screen there. So Councillor Pemberton, you want to move that, and the seconder for that one, Councillor Lang. Okay, did you want to speak to this?
I will briefly, and this is really fundamentally about the commitment that the council is willing to make to continue funding some form of cash or a bus by another name. It's, you know, the way it was previously written kind of said that we weren't going to contemplate funding it to any degree, and so this is about keeping the options open and giving us room for negotiation with either PTA or any part of state government or any other partner around seeking contributions rather than, seeking the whole funding.
Okay. The seconded by Councillor Lang. Yep. Did people want to speak further on this amendment? Okay, Councillor Groom. Thanks.
Yeah, I feel like I'm cleaved in about 6 pieces about this debate because fundamentally the idea of removing public service is not why any of us join council, and that level of service that the CAT bus offers and the 999 offers, or a few other services, makes Fremantle what it is, that mobility and locally getting around. On the other hand, council shouldn't be paying as much as it should because the way our finances are structured in this state is that public transport is primarily paid for by the state government. So somewhere in history we got ourselves a bad deal, and the fundamental question is how we shift the dial on that bad deal. I was really supportive of Councillor Pemberton's motion, but I think I'm probably swayed by Councillor Lang's, and certainly when I read Councillor Pemberton's, one of my consideration was what do we need to put aside in the budget to be able to contribute or move that on. It is unfortunate that this motion has come 4 weeks before midnight, and I, like Councillor Lang, have really reflected on how did this conversation go on for 3.5 years without it being aired in the community, without the community having that capacity to mobilise. So we've seen all of our community, but particularly our South Fremantle community, just do so phenomenally on a number of issues in the last year. And so I am swayed by an argument that we need to create that time and space, provide some notice around the end, and get the community mobilised to do what it does so well. Because we, knocking on our doors, haven't been able to get that buy-in. And certainly I've often seen that in my time in and around government and politics, that the voices of the voters are much more effective to the state government than the voices of local councillors. So whilst I came into this kind of discussion thinking that I was going to support Councillor, what's your name? Rachel. Councillor Pemberton's motion. It has been a long night. I am swayed by Councillor Lang's amendments, which are very similar in nature, but just kind of put that provision in there.
All right. Now, I wouldn't mind some governance advice, or perhaps it can be something that's looked at, whether you could support Councillor Pemberton's amendments and then Councillor Lang's amendments, whether there's enough commonality, if you like, to build upon rather than...
I feel like
there probably is. So you might be in a position, Councillor Groom, without advising you, that you could vote for this and then potentially vote for Councillor Lang's amendments as further amendments to the amendments. Local government is fun. Councillor Pemberton and Green, you've both got your names on my list. I imagine you have already spoken. Councillor Moughlin.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll talk to the matter itself later, but particularly on the amendment from Councillor Pemberton, just a question as to, I suppose, the tension that may then come between 2 and 3. So with going back to the PTA and asking for a fully funded service or primarily funded by the government and one that we would support, but then also going to seek expressions of interest. And just wondering from officers if they have a sense of whether, yeah, those two things can occur at the same time, or what would one jeopardise the other?
Interesting.
Through the chair, I think it's a very good question. I think we'd need to think about the timing. I think you would probably prioritise the conversation with PTA and government and try and get some certainty around what kind of deal we could strike before you go to EOI. Certainly we could get ahead in writing that EOI to be ready to go quickly, but I would prioritise PTA.
Thanks.
Thanks, and yeah, good advice. I think, yeah, doing them sequentially would most probably make a lot of sense. So, yeah, to that point, I would be happy to support the amendment from Councillor Pemberton, and we'll be, I suppose, most probably of a different view that what Councillor Lang is proposing is markedly different from what's being proposed here. But I do think there is the opportunity for us to be able to consider that time frame around the first point as to how long we continue to support the CAT bus, because my concern is that under this proposal now we end up kicking the can down the road, and we just keep kicking the can down the road and don't resolve the question which has been floating around for some time.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you. Look, I just want to make a couple of points, and they're not specifically on this amendment, but they refer to the whole item. And it's as follows: if you listen to most of the comments made by people about how wonderful the CAT bus is, and I appreciate it is, elderly people getting about, people going to hospital, people going to the doctors, people going to the train, people going to the beach, people going shopping, they apply to every street in Perth. They apply to every residential area in Perth. And ironically, South Fremantle is probably the most walkable and cyclable area of Fremantle. It's flat. There are shops, there are cafes, medical facilities, dentists.
I'll ask the gallery to remain quiet. Thank you.
And I think we need to be very clear, if we think keeping the Blue Cat going and nothing else, why is it so special? What's so special about that route? There's been a little bit of mention of tourists. But you know, tourists are quite used to taking Ubers and things like that. I don't necessarily go to a place as a tourist and expect free transport. It's nice if they have it, obviously. And I really understand why people love the cat bus because it's fabulous. It comes every 10 minutes, every 20 minutes now, and it's free. And it replaces or supplements a woeful public service. And that's the issue. Most seniors have a free bus pass most of the day, so it's not the fact that it's free, and that's where we've got to be clear. What is the issue? Is it comes every 20 minutes? Is it that it's free? Is it where it goes? Because like there's no free way to get to lots of parts of Fremantle. There's no way to get there very easily. There's no way to get to a lot of them walking or cycling because there's lots of hills. So we've picked. So my recollection is it was about tourism and parking. There were the two drivers. I wasn't on council when the Capitals came in, but I was for the free trade zone and the free transport zone and the Clipper in the early days of those various things. We tried various things. The free transit zone was great. The problem was it applied to everybody who came to Fremantle. From North Fremantle Station, there was a ring drawn around Fremantle, and it was really successful. But it wasn't just for Fremantle residents. When it came up for review, the PTA's view was that if we significantly increased patronage, we had to pay more. Think of the logic of that. So the council was paying to have a free transit zone, and if the free transit zone increased patronage on that service threefold, we had to pay 3 times as much to subsidise the service complete. You know, and that's why it got abandoned. I mean, it was working well. It just had to be abandoned because the costs were millions, literally millions. But that was at least equitable. You applied from the last stop on the train. So for anybody in North Fremantle could come into Fremantle free of charge, any time of day. Anybody in Hilton could get any bus into town from the perimeter of Fremantle. So that was lost. And ever since then, we've been trying to catch up with something that works, something we can afford that works. And it's gradually got chipped away and chipped away and chipped away. So I think we've got to come back. I mean, the one thing I do have sympathy with is the short notice. I think, you know, that's where possibly we've talked about this for 3 years and then given people 6 weeks notice. I have some sympathy with that argument. But if we're going to continue it in any way at all, we need to have a very clear reason why we're doing it, why this route is so special, and why nobody else gets it.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. I do just want to draw members' attention to page 52 of the agenda, which is the decision of Council on the 23rd of May 2022. Particularly item 3 there, Council agrees to consider a 2022-23 budget allocation to complete the current COVID level CAT service contract with the PTA, i.e. the Blue Cat only at 20 minute frequency, until the expiry of the contract in October 22. That was later extended to May 2023 simply because the new contract price hadn't been received until that time. So I'm a little worried that we're perpetuating an idea that there was absolutely no notice of this. It was in a published council agenda, the meeting was online, and there was a public question time. The next person is Councillor Lawver.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too thank all councillors for their contributions tonight. I'm a bit like Councillor Groom, where I really appreciated this amendment from Councillor Pemberton when it came through, and as Aidan's amendments came through, I also really appreciated those as well. I'm glad to hear that they're complementary and we may not have to choose between one or the other. So that's good for the future debate. You know, there's heart and soul everywhere in Fremantle. You know, we want wonderful, beautiful communities everywhere. We want walkable areas. We want a nice, thriving community. And I think if we heard that when this service was first started, it was a lot different. It had a defined goal of getting people around to specific areas. When this was first brought in, it's been extended and done other things over time. And I agree with Councillor Jones. It's a wonderful service, and for the people that utilize it the most, I would assume it is a very convenient way to get from one of the flattest parts and most beautiful parts of Fremantle to the other flattest part and the most beautiful part of Fremantle, and you have your choice of any number of cafes or bars along the way to hop off and enjoy, and that is wonderful. But there is a challenging budget right now.
And way back in March 2022, I brought my first amendment to this chamber, which had to do with the cat bus. And it was just for us to consider providing an equitable service to other areas of Fremantle, not to lock us into a decision, but just to consider. That decision was made as to not to consider, and we've moved on, and we are here today. But I hope that if we, whatever decision we make tonight, that it isn't the death of public transport in Fremantle, that we.
I'm giving a little
Sorry.
bit of leeway because I'm
sorry.
assuming anyone who's going broader than the amendment will not repeat themselves later in
I will.
the
I'm
meeting.
sorry. Whatever decision is made, that we always look at other options to provide public transportation around the city, whether it's through partners at the state government or whether it's through Aidan's amendments as well. But it's something that I do think is important, but we've got to look at it at a holistic, and it's got to have a defined goal. Thank you.
Councillor Vucic.
Thank you. Look, it's already been talked about a lot in terms of how many times have we debated this. Councillor Law remembers his first amendment in 22. I remember I had a similar experience in 2020 when I spoke against the defunding of the bus or ensuring that the service is less than what it was at the time. I think there's merit in points 2 and 3, but once again, this is the 11th hour. It's a little bit too late for all of that, and I certainly would not support defunding the bus at all.
All right. So, Councillor Pemberton, did you want to close? What's going on over there? Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak on the amendment? You're good. Okay.
Thank you. And yes, on the amendment, because I am going to speak on the item as a whole afterwards, once we get there, I wanted to close and first of all just clarify that the amendment to point 3 there was just a correction of the language because it didn't really make sense as it was. So it's not that, I really want an EOI to go out as soon as possible or anything like that, because I do agree with Councillor Moughlin. I very much thought that one might undermine the other if we're not careful. So I definitely agree that the officers should hold their fire with that one for a bit. The other thing I wanted to speak to, and I did talk to the Mayor about this afternoon, and having some feeling about making a minor amendment to point 1 around changing the date. So it says cease the funding of the CAT under the current funding arrangement from the end of September 2022-23, i.e., because I do very much acknowledge, and a number of people have said it, both from the community and the council, our community is awesome. They're really, really good at getting active and engaged and advocating in a really intelligent and noticeable way. And I'm really grateful for that on so many issues, including this one. But a really valid point was also pointed out that it really undermines our negotiating power potentially, because this is sort of what we've been doing, which is just continuing to kind of stumble along and extend it, and everybody's like, oh, we don't need to pay attention to you because you keep funding it. As well as the fact that that will push us into the caretaker mode, which the CEO pointed out, which puts us in a really challenging position to even make a decision. So I'm a bit on balance of that, I guess. So I will leave it in the hands of the other people in the room should a minor amendment such as that be considered. But because I'm either way on that, I really do think there is some necessity in us making a very difficult but definitive decision in order to get the attention of decision makers who have so far to date been completely ignoring us. And, I love the fact that lots of community members have suggested we talk to various stakeholders, whether they be state government, Notre Dame, or anybody else, even other local councils. That has taken place. And others have talked about this issue, how long it's been running for them. It's been my whole time on council as well. So, I've been here 11 years now, and we keep kind of talking around in circles around this issue and not really getting anywhere. And I've come to the conclusion, and I'm really frustrated by it, that we don't get enough attention because there isn't a drama, there isn't a crisis. They don't need to pay attention to us because we just keep doing it anyway. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with this. But it's really important to me that we do have some negotiating power, and that is why I have proposed these amendments, which is saying we are still willing to be part of this. We do still value it as a community service and a really important component to support visitors and local businesses and local residents to get around and ease the parking pressure and so on. And it's not that we're saying, in my mind, we're not saying we don't want to fund this at all. We just cannot keep funding it the same way we have been, in the same model that we have, and it feels like we need to actually bring this issue to a head once and for all.
Thank you for closing on the amendment, Councillor Pemberton. Councillor Archibald, Councillor Pemberton has just closed on the amendment, so
question.
If it's a question,
a very short question. It will be up to you whether you accept it or not. I was going to ask her if she would be willing to say wholly or primarily. Send the message that we would prefer it to be wholly.
Who was the seconder? Councillor Lang? Yep, there is another amendment coming, which I do intend to move in parts for those of you who are wondering. All right, so yes, if it's a real question, yes.
It is a very real question. Because as the original one without the September, as Councillor Pemberton already had it, we could pick up the change to September with Councillor Lang's amendment.
Correct.
So if that's
a separate amendment, which will be debated separately in a minute. Yep, it's good. You're thinking on the same page. But this is this amendment. Thank you for putting it, debating it, closing it. All good. All right. So it's what is currently on the screen. No change to what was printed in your agenda. Am I right? Great. I will put that to a vote. All those in favour? And against? Councillor Vusic against, so that is carried. So that amendment is now carried, which brings us to Councillor Lang's amendment. I foreshadowed with Councillor Lang that I intend to move through these in parts because there are some quite distinct parts that I think people want to debate separately. And Councillor Lang, you're comfortable with that approach? Yep. So the first part of this is effectively, I think, what we were about to move into, which is should we be considering funding the current service until the end of September?
Point of order, do we move the item and then vote on each thing independently?
Yeah, I'm just making sure everyone's on the right page.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I'm proposing we move each bit and vote on them, which I hope is, yep, everyone's good with that. So Councillor Lang, you want to move that? And a seconder for that?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Councillor Lang has already spoken on the substantive motion, so he's unable to move this amendment.
You can. He's given notice of it, so I'll get the CEO to give me some governance advice on it.
He should have moved it when he spoke on the substantive motion.
I'm going to let it through. Thanks. Councillor Lang, you want to move that first part of it, and can you get a seconder for that? Councillor Vusic had her hand up first. Councillor Lang, did you want to speak to that first section only?
Can I just clarify? I hope we're going to move 1, 2, and 3 independently, and then I speak to each.
Well, yeah. I mean, keep it short, under control if you could. That would be great.
Yeah. Okay. So look, the intent of point 1 is pretty clear. I'm just trying to buy some more time here, so we can hopefully get something in place for the community, but also time to introduce some backups. It's essentially a Hail Mary. I mean, it is the 11th hour. We understand that. I'm just looking for a way in which we can cram the last 14 months into 3 months. Acknowledging we shouldn't have been here, but I'm just trying to put forward some options to ensure maybe the community can mount a campaign in 3 months and we can work with the state government for funding, or maybe we can bring in other alternate options for transport to help other people. But this is the intent here is just to buy a little bit of time.
Thanks. Councillor Kamada?
Yeah. So is it okay if I speak once on the item, so you won't have to hear me again, or do you want me to just speak on this particular?
It would be better just to speak on this bit. So
okay, quite simply, I support this. I think the most important aspect of all this is the fact that there will be a lag between when the final cat bus makes its journey, and there's uncertainty as to what will happen next. So I support this in terms of giving us some time to come up with solutions.
Councillor Vusic.
Look, the only comment I want to make here, it's in relation to the additional funding. As Councillor Lake has said, the funding is already in the parking revenue, and it's sort of it's interesting that when we introduced this Sunday parking, it was with a view that the city would get something in return for it. You're going to be charged Sunday parking, and in return, you're going to get a cat bus or the Fremantle Clipper. And to date, we raised around about 1.5 million, and I still consider that this is a good faith agreement that the council made with the community at the time. You're going to get charged if you come to the city for parking. As a result, you're going to get something back. So I still think that agreement's in place for me, and I think for the community. And I certainly would support at least 3 months and, our Hail Mary. That's all we've got.
Councillor Jones.
I just want to comment on this issue of a decision taken 23 years ago to tie Sunday parking to a cat bus. I mean, councils cannot tie the council of 23 years in the future to a decision. The only thing you can tie them to is probably a lease on a building or a contract to build something, which carries over, obviously, for the life of the contract. But to say that the council of the day made a decision, we made lots of decisions in the 1990s, and most of them have been overturned or ignored, I think, by now. So I just think that that's kind of, it's a nice debating point, but parking is in consolidated revenue, and the council of the day decides how to spend it, and that'll always be that way.
Okay, probably following on a little bit from Councillor Jones's point. I mean, I'm like Councillor Groom, I'm a little bit line ball on this, and I think it really does come down to what is a stronger negotiating position for us. I think, going back to that Sunday parking thing, I mean, there's a whole lot of really interesting debating points in here. Since that time, we've also given all residents free parking permits, which I'm sure has then cost us as much money as we said we were going to gain by Sunday parking. So you're absolutely right. There's a whole bunch of subsequent decisions that mean that was relevant at the time and not necessarily relevant anymore. I think other things have changed, and I think we've got to be we go back to history and say, why did we do this? I mean, some of the reasoning was also around it's good to be able to park in South Freo and catch a bus into Freo. Now, given the amount of parking complaints we get from South Freo, I'm not sure that is entirely what we're trying to drive here. There's pros and cons to the Notre Dame argument as well, but having been the person who's been in a lot of these discussions with stakeholders, the only logic for Notre Dame funding the cat bus would be if they had a dedicated parking area in South Fremantle where their staff and students could park probably for free. So I'm not sure that's what we're advocating for. So we just have to kind of follow some of the logical conclusions through here. So, should we kick it along for another 3 months? We have had, as I've said, 7 budget meetings since February. We have gone through the budget with a fine-tooth comb. We have had to stack up, the absolute essentials, paying our staff, who took a big freeze during COVID and are falling well behind staff in other organisations and being poached by them. That takes up about half of our budget before we even begin. We've got to do asset renewal. We've got to do footpaths. We've got to do a lot of things. We get into the area of nice to haves, and they are really nice to have, but when they're provided by other levels of government, when they are public transport, which is why we pay taxes to the state government, it's like hospitals, and it's hard to say we should be taking more than the usual share of that on our backs in a 31,000 ratepayer local government. I do worry as well. We're debating the blue cat. I really feel like this is really a discussion about what do we want to do with cat buses going forward, because you know, the Red Cat was an incredibly legitimate service. It had a lot of arguments that could be made by the same people for the same. But when we add up all the cats, our 60% contribution and the 30% increase in costs, we're getting to $1 million. So it's $1 million discussion, really, in my mind. Anyway, I'm going to keep myself on the I am slightly concerned about part one because it does kick it along a little bit further. It's $84,000 that we have not budgeted for at this point, so it'll be $84,000 that comes out of the footpaths or one of those other areas. I'm thinking about it. Okay. Correct. 84,000. Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. And I will try and stick to part one, but because, like the rest of you, we've all got copious notes of different parts of conversation, so that's kind of hard. But I would like to sort of cross off a couple of things that have been said as well, in terms of, for example, whether or not the community knew anything about this. Well, as far as a South Ward councillor, it has been pretty much on a standing item in the local precinct, probably for the last 3 years at least. So it is, and that's been an election issue as well in that ward. So it has been a lot of conversation about it. Having said that, and that's not a sort of why didn't you come before kind of part of a conversation. What we have to admit, and this is what I'm hoping helps someone like the Mayor get over the line on this, what we have to admit is that we haven't seen the mobilisation of the community to speak to the people that really need to hear this, right? Because the people who really need to hear this are the people who are primarily, or if not wholly, responsible for public transport. And it's not local government. It's the state government. And I'll speak about why we did these sort of services in the beginning, and why we felt it was important to be the front runner. But right now, it really is a responsibility of the state government. The other thing I wanted to say is that a lot of this conversation is about the Fremantle Council cancelling the cat bus. This is a joint service. This is a service that is operated by the Public Transport Authority. Not, we contribute money to it, but it's operated by the Public Transport Authority. If we withdraw our component of the funding, I'm not holding a gun to the head of the Minister for Transport to say, take the cat off the route tomorrow. I'm giving the Minister for Transport the option to keep this amazing service running and actually think about expanding these sorts of amazing services to many other areas of Perth, because that is the value in them. The community here and the patronage of the cats proves that they are a valuable service. But the problem is we haven't mobilised our community. The community hasn't been mobilised. They thought by telling us to keep the cat that was all they needed to do. And I've been saying in the precinct groups, we need you to speak to the government. We need you to speak to Victoria Key people. We need you to speak to all the other potential funders of this. But of course, being Fremantle, they rely on speaking to us. And so that's why I do support the notion that rather than seeing literally the state being able to just close the doors on the cat in 4 weeks' time, that we actually support this amendment so that there is that opportunity for the community to have those polite conversations with the local member, with the Minister for Transport, and as I said when I introduced the petition, the member for Bicton might want to know about it as well, because apparently there's a huge number of people that go to Santa Maria College in Atterdale who use the service. So there's opportunity, I think, to do that. but we can't do that in 4 weeks. We can't see that mobilisation in 4 weeks. And so even though it's been going on for a very long time, and I've been saying, I suppose, that you almost need to kill the service for the state government to actually hear what is needed. I don't think giving them 4 weeks is going to actually achieve the right outcome. So I certainly support Councillor Lang's number 1 amendment.
Okay. Thank you for a little reminder from the Acting Manager Governance that we've now gone for more than 3 hours. If she wasn't doing it, it would have probably been Councillor Thompson. So we do need to, under our standing orders, resolve to extend the time of the meeting. Just reading through this. Yeah, so I just move that? I just move that. Okay, so just flagging that we will finish this item and then we'll move to continue if after that. All right, who had the call? Councillor Moughlin.
Thank you. Yeah, I suppose somewhat succinctly, I support part 1. If we're going to give the reference group any chance to do their work, we need to give it a little bit of time. So I support part 1. And yeah, even though we have been talking about this for some time, it's clear that there is a sentiment that others don't or haven't known that that conversation has been happening. And if we are to support our community, we do need to give them a little bit of time to do that work.
Councillor Archibald. It's on.
Yep, thank you. I likewise will also support part 1, but in doing that, I do feel very concerned about what our expectations are as we move into that process, which is why I would also like to make sure Councillor Lang here has left in wholly funded. So I'd quite like to see that get fixed. But I guess my concern, I have a whole lot of questions about why we would continue to do what is existing ongoing. I think a lot of we need to have some serious discussions about exactly what this council is doing with its funds if we agree to continue beyond the end of September. So I'm happy for that 3-month period plus this another month in June to do that work, but I do seriously feel we need to look at why we as a local authority keep carrying the high cost of this service when really it's a public transport issue in my mind. And so I'm happy to go that 3 months further and have those conversations. I just also want to check too that I don't feel that necessarily we should be saying it will be the route that currently exists. I think that needs to be questioned in that period as well. So I'm not sure we need to say something along the way that deals with that. So because really it's an issue of what are we really trying to achieve with the resources that we're investing in this, should we do that?
All right, Councillor Archibald, thank you. I just want to get some advice probably from officers. So we did flag that at this point we're entering the caretaker period, which is the month before an election, that we're not allowed to decide anything. If part 1 were to be passed, would officers basically do as it says, continue funding until the end of September, and there'd be no requirement to come back to council for a decision? It would just stop.
Through the chair, we'd have to review our policy on caretaker provisions, but at this stage, you'd probably have this resolution and we would need to act on it and not be able to seek council extension of funding beyond that at that time.
Yep.
So we'd have to do it before the caretaker provision kicked in if we were going to do so.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. I don't think that was a comment. And then the second question was probably to Councillor Archibald's point, and I think it's probably just a consideration that if anyone is concerned that the bits, anything in part 1, or it might be in a secondary part that we're going to debate in a minute, is hooking us onto that particular configuration, then we should talk to the mover about a different wording. Councillor Jones, your light went on, then it went off.
Yeah, I just wanted to question. I just wanted to clarify. We're making, if we approve this amendment, we are making the decision tonight to stop the service at the end of September. There will be no way it will come back to council other than through a notice of motion from an individual councillor. I just think we all need to be very clear about that. And that is the only basis on which I would support it. And not kicking the can down the road, not having ongoing debates about whether it continues. We say now we'll fund it until the end of September and then it's done unless somebody comes back with a different proposal.
Councillor Lorver?
Yeah, just looked at it super closely and wondering how informing the PTA that replacement arrangements are required from that time forward. Would that potentially, if PTA says no, are we still saying that that arrangements are required from that time forward? And what might that look like?
I do wonder, just to try and resolve this, whether you might want to delete that line, Councillor Lang. So it would say maintaining the current service until the end of September 2023 under the current funding arrangements, and then noting that it will require an adjustment too. And then you might want to deal in subsequent parts of the amendment with, what transpires between City of Freo and the PTA, just to make that really clear.
So your proposal is just saying removing the line that is that replacement arrangements are required from that time forward.
Yep.
I am, yeah.
Yep.
You're right.
So the mover's comfortable with that. The seconder was Councillor Vusic. Are you comfortable with that? Yep. So it just talks about our funding arrangements. To be. No, I think you do want to delete the. Yeah, I think they'll find out.
But
yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm still just a bit challenged with that because I do actually want to let them know that replacement arrangements are required from that time forward. Yep. Yeah. Okay. All
right. So what we're saying, I believe, is leaving in the writing in black and deleting the writing in green that you've got highlighted there.
I'm happy with that.
This is like a marathon. Okay. Yep, so that's on the screen now. So I think I'm going to put that to a vote, or did you want to close, Councillor Lang? It's going to be a long night if we do open and close on. Yes, Councillor Sullivan.
Given that we already approved the previous amendment, should the words under the current funding arrangement exist after the word service in the second line?
Yeah, I'll just go to the CEO on that.
Oh, you've put them in further down, have you? Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's right. No, I didn't see you'd already put them further down. I was, yeah. Okay, that's all right.
We're giving agendas and minutes a great job tonight.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just through the chair, the previous amendments need to go in first and these amendments go in second. So whatever has already been resolved in that previous amendment is in. We will try and catch up with the wording as we move through.
Yeah. So that inserted under the current funding arrangement, that's now in there. It's up there. Yeah. Wow. Okay, I am going to see if Councillor Lang wants to close quickly on point 1, and we'll put it to a vote. Go to a vote? Yeah, okay, Councillor Pemberton.
Sorry, I just have a question perhaps to the mover. In order to make it stronger, I mean, we haven't passed the budget yet. We don't need to formally move an amendment to a budget we haven't passed. That is useful information that probably should be in the reasons, but it makes it a stronger decision for our advocacy position if we delete that second bit.
Does it? All right, I'm going to put it to the vote as it is on the screen. Ready, set, go. All those in favour? Yep. And that looks unanimous. And against? No? Yep, good. Okay, so that part has been carried. Part 1, done. Part 2, let's go. Councillor Lang. So Do you want to move part 2? See if you've got a seconder for that. Really encourage Councillor Busick wants to second that for you. And you want to speak to that?
Do. I mentioned before I watched the March 2022 meeting, and the more we've gone into this debate and the more I've heard from my colleagues, everyone is saying literally the same thing that we said in March 2022. And we went to the offices in that meeting with an understanding that we would be presented with more routes, which we did get presented with, but in my opinion, that there should have been more backing that up. We should have had a subsequent meeting. We were told we were going to get more intent around what the bus was for. And we were told that we voted for the Mayor and CEO to approach relevant state departments, tourism, PTA, local state member, the universities. There was a long list of people that we requested advocacy for. And I've read the report on our advocacy. It's like 2 lines in the report. It says, we approached the people and they said no. I've asked for clarification from the team about who approached who, and when and how, because that was the main part of the advocacy. I didn't just want an email or an officer going and meeting another officer in another department. We want our CEO and our mayor to go and see the heads of all of those relevant state ministers and departments, and ideally at the same table at the same time, because a meeting like that could generate enthusiasm and encouragement towards funding. And that's my interpretation of the intent that was in the March 2022 meeting. And I from what I can see in the report and what I've asked the staff, I'm happy to be corrected. I am not convinced that we did that, and I'm not convinced we gave this a red hot crack. And now we've got a bit more ammunition to say, this dies in 3 months. This community is coming after them. Let's look at a proper solution for the cat. I'm saying, let's give this another crack. So we're going to go back and approach those departments as listed. And further down A, B, and C, I'm noting that we're going to go back and ask for the red and blue, because that's what the cat is. And then the other ones cover off, they're backups. B and C are backup. In the event that we do lose the cat, we can see the PTA has got a budget to fund 60% of a cat. Can that immediately be transferred to the 532? State government's budgeted for it. That means more buses in Hilton, just for you Hilton council sitting over there, there's 3 of you. So that's point C. They're all backup plans. We know they've got budget for it. As I said, I'm happy to stand corrected, but I am not convinced the intent of the March 22 meeting was carried out, and that we did actually go in at a high level with our high level team and meet relevant people.
Just again would bring people back to the motion on page 52. So request the Mayor and CEO seek to secure additional funding, contribution from Fremantle Ports / state government, Roundvic Quay, did that. Paid parking on Ord Street and Marine Terrace. As we know, there's some tenure and infrastructure issues there which have been presented back to us as councillors. Special area rate wasn't supported by councillors. Advertising on board, PTA said no. Charging a small fee, PTA said no. Contribution from major educational institutions, I've addressed that in my comments about Notre Dame. So this is not saying go back and do what we already did. It's saying a different thing. And it's not that we've failed on what the council directed us to do. We've done exactly what council requested that we did back in 2022. Councillor Lorber.
Yeah, and I do appreciate Councillor Lang's amendments on this. And there's just a couple things that I have a little bit of maybe heartburn over, and that is part A of this. I mean, I think it's always good to go back and ask for the stuff, but part A would essentially lock us into what we currently have. One is, I would prefer to really see us look at the service as a whole and how we can maybe provide a defined service that has, defined outcomes. And that might make it a priority to just have that. And then the other question that I have is in part C, if we're continuing our funding until the end of September, they won't have that funding on July 1st because they'll, in theory, be putting their funds in. And I don't, so we at least should change that to the correct date. But I don't know if we want to limit them. They might think, okay, we put that money in and we're done. You know, they because that bus goes farther than South Beach. It goes farther. 40% right now covers just that little route. It might just be like one little piddly bus once a day. Who knows what that funding would actually do on that route? So I just, on one hand, I don't want to lock us into what currently exists. I want us to be able to look at lots of different options. And two, I understand why you have that 40% in there, but I think we're selling ourselves a little bit short on that. So I don't know where I'm going to land on this. I'm interested in the debate.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Just a minor amendment, Madam Chair. The council has no power to direct the mayor, so can we either just put the word request in, or just change it to the CEO in number 2?
Yep, I'm seeing Councillor Lang nodding. So yes. Okay, where are we? Councillor Moughlin.
Thank you. I don't support part 2 because similar to Councillor Lawver, I think it presupposes what the outcome might be, and I think it could limit what we might be able to achieve. So yeah, I don't support it. I think we have enough leeway and opportunity with how things stand at the moment.
Councillor Pemberton.
Likewise, I think it's too prescriptive, and I don't think we don't necessarily know the best outcome or solution yet, and I'd like to leave that window open.
And I'm the same. I think I prefer to work with the reference group that we've agreed to in Part 5 to determine some of these things, not prescribe it at this stage, so I'll vote against it. All right, I'm going to put this to a vote. Well, yeah, you can close.
Thanks. And I'm glad you gave the opportunity to close. I do agree somewhat with much of the comments, and as I touched before, this is a bit of a Hail Mary. We've managed to get the few extra months, but I understand the main challenge that we've had in our debate on this topic has been around the data on who uses the bus. And if we are going back to the PTA now to say we've got 3 months to go, that's another challenge for our team to say who uses the bus, because PTA is going to say, sure, we'll fund it. Tell me more about it. And we're going to say, here's a survey we did during COVID. And they're like, great. So I'm speaking, Rachel, sorry. So what I'm saying is we have got an opportunity now to speak for 3 months, but our team's going to be best armed if they've got more data, and that's where the opportunity to do another survey comes in. And so what I'm speaking to is that there are alternate recommendations in our documents, that if this item was voted down, we could extend for 12 months to conduct a proper representative survey of both buses running to understand who uses the bus and when, so our team can actually go to the state government and say, this service ran for 12 months, this is who uses it, and then we are better informed. If there are changes that need to be made, we can adjust. But at the moment, this whole debate that we've been having for years is baseless. There's no data to actually inform any decision that we're making whatsoever. So if this was to fail, this entire motion, there is an alternative available that would allow the red and the blue to run for 12 months, which we can afford to do, and will give us time to conduct a more representative survey and take data to those agencies. Because at the moment, we're just going saying, hey, give us some money, and we've got nothing to back up or inform our ask. So if this entire item was to fail, there is an alternative there that gives us 12 months. I'm just flagging that while we close out point 2.
All right, so we've closed out point 2. I've just made sure up on the screen that we've made that minor amendment to request the Mayor and CEO rather than direct the Mayor and CEO. So I am going to put that one to a vote, part 2 only. Is there, can we say October the 1st? Sure. October the 1st. Yeah, I can see your logic. Yep. Yep. Everyone good? Just going to get that on the screen so we know what we're voting on. Okay. All those in favour of that part 2. So that's 3, 4 in favour. All those against. So that's lost. So it stays as amended by Councillor Pemberton. So we'll move to part 3. Now, I have suggested that in this instance, part 3 become a new part, because I don't think we can chuck another EOI on the back of the EOI if it is so substantially different. So, Councillor Lang, I sort of flagged this with you. I don't think we can kind of run straight to an e-scooter EOI. So there were some other words prepared. I guess I'm wondering whether you would be happy to.
If there's another version, it's fine.
Have a
It's
look
the
at
same,
that.
Same intent. I don't mind.
Yeah.
And while it's being drafted, maybe I can.
You might want to decide which one you're moving. That's all. So.
I'm happy to move that. Yep.
All right. Does Councillor Lang have a seconder for this one? Councillor Groom? Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Leaning back into that Hail Mary message I've been running through this last piece, if the cat bus was to stop suddenly, what is another option for tourists to get around Fremantle? I know we've got lots of hire bikes around, which are great. Having recently visited Melbourne and Hobart, I, for the first time, tried hire e-scooters. And in Melbourne, I thought they were actually fantastic. I went to St Kilda Beach. I got to see far more than I would have in the time I was there. And I went to Hobart. I zoomed around the port and enabled us to check out different places. Should we go to this restaurant, that restaurant? It was fantastic. So this just leans into providing more suitable transport options around Fremantle that don't involve cars, that allow us to provide an option for tourism should the cat bus die. So that's all this one is. And I know this has been adjusted. I did want to, if possible, a date be put on that rather than an open-ended.
You're moving it.
Yeah. So brought back to council. What is it? May in July or something like this would be fine.
Do you want to ask officers what they think is realistic?
Yes.
Because you've asked them to do quite a bit between now and then, just saying.
Through the Mayor, if we were to look into potential e-scooter vendors, it would be a public tender, and you're looking at possibly a 6-month period to resolve a potential operator.
Yep. But in terms of report back?
Oh, report. Depends what you want in that report, what kind of information you want in that report. We could do it quite quickly. Thanks. In July.
The CEO's got a comment to make. It comes with an eye roll.
I'm probably with the Mayor on this. You're asking him for a lot at the moment. I'd say you'd have to give it to August or September. I think we need to be reasonable.
Okay.
Give us time to research it.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, I'm happy with that.
All right. So Councillor Lang has moved that. I think, who did I say the seconder was? Councillor Groom? Yeah, thank you. Over to you.
Councillor Lang, I'm going to suggest that we remove in place of the cat bus.
That sounds great. Yep.
And I think it's self-evident.
Someone's going to have to, turn the mic off. Good. Councillor Lang, your mic could probably go off for now as well. Councillor Moughlin.
Yeah, I don't support this one either. I think e-scooters hired, and I'm thinking Fremantle on a Saturday night, and it is a scourge. I've seen it in other entertainment districts. You start heading in towards a place like Scarborough on a Sunday morning, and you know you're getting close when there is debris of scooters around the place. And yeah, I just don't support this at all, because I think it will have a more detrimental impact than what it does. Acknowledging from a purely tourist perspective, it may work in a city like Melbourne, but for free, I don't think it's right.
Thanks. Councillor Lorber.
I do support this because if you want to get to North Fremantle, e-scooter would be great. You know, it's a little bit too far to walk. You want to get out to Boo Park, an e-scooter would be great. So I mean, so as long as we're just getting a report here as to how that might work, and I agree on a busy Saturday night when the sidewalks are crowded, that may not be the place to be riding an e-scooter, but you get a lot more places around, and it'd be nice to see what those possibilities are. So I will support this.
Councillor Vusic.
Look, I've got to say, I'm with.
Can you just come a bit closer to your mic?
Sorry, I'm with Councillor Moughlin. I think the e-scooters would be good for a certain demographic, but yeah, I think it's a bridge too far for me.
Yeah, I'm also not going to support this. Sorry, Councillor Sullivan, should have jumped to you, but I'll jump in now. The e-scooter litter is an issue that I just don't think we need in our city. We'll see them thrown on top of everything that they can be thrown on top of. We talked about the debris. The human debris is also very real. So the number of accidents, just listen to the trauma specialists talking about e-scooters and think about, it's not necessarily the people who hire them, it's the people who are there in their path. And I'm really, really uncomfortable with that. If we'd said micro-mobility and included e-bikes, I might be interested in that. But I feel like then we're going to need a whole other debate about what type of micro-mobility solution, where, how. So it's e-scooters. I say no. Councillor Sullivan.
Yeah, just the reality is we're debating something where we don't have a report. What we're trying to do with an amendment like this is to get a report. So let's not debate that without having the information in front of us. I accept the arguments from both sides because I was in Melbourne with Councillor Lang at the same time. And if you were talking about getting to St Kilda, St Kilda is very similar to Fremantle in many ways. Fantastic for places like that. And in the CBD, there probably was a little bit of the sort of shenanigans that the Mayor has talked about. But they're the pros and the cons. So let's get a report and have a fair discussion about it. The only other thing I would say, and just so that if anyone in the community thinks that we're saying that this is a replacement for the cat, this is a replacement for a very small component of the sorts of things that happen on the cat. It's the tourism, it's for typically able-bodied people. It doesn't suit a whole bunch of people, but it is a service that actually does work in cities. So we should be looking at it anyway.
Councillor Archibald.
Thank you. I'm not sure I would support it at this point. I'm happy to look at alternate modes of transport around the city at some point when we can do it more fully. But I think we're trying to deal with a specific issue tonight, and I feel like we're kind of expanding the gambit, and I'd rather get back to what we really need to do, which is have a conversation with the PTA on how we're going to resolve this issue.
Thanks, Councillor Archibald. Councillor Kamada.
Yeah, quick comment. I agree with Councillor Archibald. I think it's as far as sticking to topic, and I think it's a recipe for disaster.
Okay. Did you want to close, Councillor Lang? If
Thanks.
so,
yeah.
go.
And echoing what Councillor Sullivan said, I'm just looking for options to fill in a gap should we lose the cat bus. Now, on this, the negative sentiment and the sensational clickbait media that we all see on the news, I think, is absolutely unwarranted when it comes to these, in my experience. Today I was in Perth CBD. They're all lined up neatly outside the QT Hotel. They're all lined up neatly outside the Duxton. I'm not seeing them thrown around. I just think that is sensational news media that loves it, and they know that they've got clickbait media that draws in the NIMBYs and so on for that element. Geotagging exists. You can stop where they go. You can modify their range. You can keep them out of malls. And speaking to some tourism operators, I bounce this off them. They're all begging for them, and they're saying, "Yeah, we'll have a station at our place. We'll keep them in here. We'll keep them in at night." These things can be negotiated. And in terms of one of the other points about rubbish and scooters being all over the paths and all over the streets, I saw a great meme on this recently. It was like 2 scooters lined up, and someone's like, "Look at all those scooters," and behind them was like 50 cars in traffic jam. And that's why this is relevant, because we're going to lose a bus. A couple of scooters on a footpath is going to eliminate cars and Ubers going up and down from South Terrace and to North Fremantle, as Councillor Lawver said.
Okay, I'm going to put this one to what's up? Agendas and minutes. Putting something on the screen. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we're moving parts 3 and part 3 we already have. So okay. So am I moving? Are we putting what's on the screen to the vote? Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. It's already, yeah, it's just for reference. Yep. So we're only moving part 4 right now. That's cool. Thank you. All right. All those in favour of part 4? And against? 1, 2. So that's lost. Doesn't stop a nom coming back later though. Part 4, it needs to be renumbered part 5 now in the original officer recommendation. I don't think we need to move and second that. So Councillor Lang's final part of his amendment was around meet with Notre Dame to negotiate a financial contribution, etc. So did you want to move that, Councillor Lang?
I touched on this earlier in the conversation. Oh, sorry, I need a seconder. Sorry.
Yep. Councillor Busick?
Touched on this in an earlier comment that we're aware that the MOU expired 2 years ago with Notre Dame. Since then, we haven't received $70,000 a year, so that's $140,000 missed out on. I think right now is the best opportunity to renegotiate our MOU with Notre Dame, and as part of that, we CPI the 70,000 and bring into the conversation the cat bus.
Okay. Can I just get an officer clarification on that point that we haven't received the 70,000 for 2 years, or those contributions to that effect?
Through the matter, I have to take that on notice.
Yeah. Okay. I understood there were some co-sponsored things. Councillor Busick.
Look, the comment I just want to make, I've had a really good friend that works at Notre Dame in the student services, and I spoke to her about, how would, because I know the students, and she did confirm that the students do use the cat bus, they appreciate it, whether there would be some appetite amongst the students if we were to model it in an acceptable way. And she was very, very positive. So I think we've got a lot to gain if we go back and negotiate the MOU and see what else we can do for the cat bus.
Councillor Sullivan.
I don't mind supporting this because I think the MOU obviously is something that we do need to deal with. But on the flip side, the notion that Notre Dame is a funding source for the CAT, I really struggle with. I haven't counted the number of bays, but there's 120, or maybe you could even say there are 200 bays along Marine Terrace and at South Beach that the students actually use. It's probably increasingly less because so many of those bays are now taken up by the backpackers. But and we won't go there. But the reality is, you're talking about a couple of hundred of 3,500 students or something like that. I think that's the sort of ballpark figure. So realistically, how much would you expect the university to put in? It's a very, very different scenario to what you have in Joondalup, where you have a railway station, because even though they were developing a city that was supposed to be like Fremantle, you have a railway station that's way over there and a university that's a very, very long way away, and the railway station isn't even near the city centre. So that's why they have that shuttle. We don't necessarily have the same thing. Most of the students that I see going to Notre Dame, and I work in the West End, are coming from the rail station. So I'm just not convinced by it. The other thing I would say is that we were going to do the paid parking along Marine Terrace as the mechanism to capture, and up in Ord Street, to capture those sorts of people who are using the service in that way. And I think that's a better approach to it, because it's a basically directly user pay kind of approach.
Councillor Lorber.
Yes, I'm sorry, Glenn, but as the only staff person that we can ask to do stuff, do we want to put
the CEO meet with Notre Dame, or if the mayor's negotiating with Notre Dame? Do we want to put requests the mayor include this? Just to make it clear. Sorry.
Getting very good at standing orders here.
That's up to council, of course. I mean, it's understood that the organisation does meet with Notre Dame on a regular basis, and the mayor is in attendance at some of those meetings.
It's given. Yep. All right. Look, I don't support this one really because it feels like it's giving false hope. You know, that I think Councillor Sullivan's points are spot on, and I think the outcome that we'd end up with here is, well, where do you want to give us to park in South Fremantle to make it worth us contributing to this free bus that goes from South Fremantle to Fremantle? And I don't think that's what the community is asking for, is more parking for bus passengers in South Fremantle. So I just can't really kind of see the benefit of that. We've had the conversations. It's not something that they see as being kind of part of their business. I don't think their board would sign off on it, quite honestly. So whether it's there or not, we can have that conversation again. I just don't want it to feel like a really great hope that everyone has that it would go anywhere different. Councillor Pemberton.
I just had a question of staff and perhaps also you, the Mayor. Can you provide us with just any kind of insight into, like, are there negotiations about the MOU underway anyway? Is this a live issue anyway, separate to the CAT, as well as already talking to them about the CAT?
Okay, probably so as not to introduce yet another new topic to this conversation. We're in conversations about what happens following the MOU and whether the MOU is in fact the most effective way to go forward. Would alternatives such as specific partnership agreements with KPIs and figures attached to them be more effective in delivering outcomes? So if that gives a general sentiment to the conversation, I wouldn't want to be held to that as the outcome, but that's the general sentiment of those conversations. Okay. Can I put this one to the vote? Did you want to close, Councillor Lang?
Yep, happy. Thanks everyone for the feedback, and just a reminder that there are a couple of alternative recommendations to conduct a proper survey.
Thanks, Councillor Lang. All right, I'm going to put this to the vote. All those in favour and against? So that's lost. So I'm going to give the agendas and minutes a real challenge, which is to put up the final amended version of this motion. A lot of hard work went into this tonight. The amended motion. So we'll just get that up on the screens. As Councillor Lang said, there are some alt recs. I don't need to move it. So anyone who wants to speak on it in total, I would completely encourage you to do that, bearing in mind I'm sure you would not repeat yourselves. Councillor Moughlin.
Thank you. And yeah, I just wanted to make a few comments on the item in general, having restrained myself as part of the amendments. And firstly, I wanted to speak to the people who have stayed tonight. It's a long night, Gina. And those online, and all those people who spent time to reach out to elected members. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I stopped counting the number of emails and contacts that I had, and the first several I responded to directly, but apologise to those who I haven't done so, who I've received over the last couple of days, and very much heard the sentiment which the community has raised. I just want to also make a comment in regards to the point which was made about a Fremantle versus South Freo divide. And I don't feel, and I don't think anyone in this chamber here is perpetuating that notion. I think what maybe the conversation which has occurred has purely been through circumstance, in that the CAT bus runs primarily in a significant amount through South Freo. It hasn't been anything deliberate to kind of or to be divisive in any shape or form. And I think, and I would like to think that ourselves as the council and community can work together to try and seek a better outcome than what we're both receiving at the moment. And if this was a question as to whether South Freo had an adequate public transport service, this debate would have been over a very long time ago. We all would have raised our hand and said, yes, South Fremantle should have an adequate public transport service. The challenge has been is that and we heard the history from the officers before, is that the city established a service which, and if he was in the room here tonight, former councillor Wainwright would be telling us, essentially cannibalised the public transport service in South Freo and meant that regular commuter services weren't available. So we've, through the success of the CAT, if you want to call it that, have created a public transport desert past South Street, and knowing that most of those buses that go down that road do chuck a left there and don't continue down South Terrace. Yeah, and to go to the point that was raised earlier, I'm absolutely, again, certain that every person around this room supports the sustainable development of Fremantle and ensuring that we have adequate public transport services and the city is usable for people of all ages, all abilities and all means to be able to get around our much loved city to all locations. But the question for us is whether or not this organisation, this council, is the one to fund it. And for me, there are those who are more responsible for the funding of public transport, and that is the Public Transport Authority. And whilst we have a role to advocate for that transport and to ensure the services are being delivered for our community, it isn't our role to stump up the bulk of the funds that go towards that. So I think tonight we've most probably come to a pretty good position as to balancing those expectations of our community, but also the challenges that we face as a community, as a council, sorry. And I also commend elected members around the table and the work that they've done in regards to this item and the maturity in which it's been dealt with. So thanks, everyone.
Well said, Councillor Mofflin. Councillor Archibald.
I wasn't aware that it had gone down. Anyway, while I've got the floor, two things. One is just in general, I'm quite happy to have a good look across the board at what we are doing. I fully support many of the comments made by Councillor Mofflin that public transport really, I don't believe, is our responsibility. And I do feel that over the years, it's kept on becoming a very popular service, and we've kept funding it, and it's to the tune of $2.6 million, I think it is, over 5 years. And for me, as a member of this local authority, I seriously feel like we should be pumping a lot more money into other things like towards net zero and programs and all those other things. And $2.5 million would go a long way to doing those things. But I do appreciate where we're at this point in time, and if we can achieve a good outcome with the discussions, then I would be very happy to support that. The other issue I'd just like to touch on is there's been some comment about the funding from Sunday parking. That started way back in the 90s. It was a way of trying to bring in Sunday paid parking. And okay, here's the sweetener. We'll give you some cat bus around the city, and now it's become a bus service that's very passionately adhered to by people living between Fremantle and South Fremantle. I fully appreciate the passion that people have for that service, but the idea that we can now say Sunday parking supports that is just doesn't hold anymore, and it's the amount of revenue we get doesn't take into account the cost that it takes to run those parking areas as well. So and there are so many other things now that we need to do in this CBD because the CBD is hugely popular, particularly on weekends. That one might say we need the parking now to clean the city instead of running a bus service. So I fully support reviewing where we're at. We've got 4 months to do it, and I want to be able to fully assess what we think is optimal if we are to have a bus service that we might fund, and if we don't, then the state government does come to the party and put public transport where it needs to be routed so that people can get on a bus where they need to get on a bus. So the one thing I did want to ask was, in that case, is part 2. I think that Councillor Pemberton put amendment primarily funded. I'd like to say being wholly or primarily funded. Wholly was in the original motion, and I feel like we need to send that message that this is a public transport issue, but I'm willing to live with having primarily there as an option. So if I could move that small amendment.
Thank you. My understanding, and I'll go back to Councillor Pemberton, was that you'd agreed to wholly or primarily at the time, and that has not been amended, so it's now on the screen. You don't need to move an amendment, so we're good. Cool. What's wrong? There's a button, dude. If you need to exit the building, I didn't do my induction well enough. I should have been more flight attendant. If you wish to exit, please press the silver button at the door. Okay. Yep, so thank you. That's on screen and well said. Councillor Archibald, Councillor Lang. Yeah, that's true.
I've got a question actually. Thanks, though, Doug.
Okay, give us a quick question.
It's a question around should this item fail, and it's not voted for. Going back to the March 2022 meeting, the alternate was actually displayed on the screen at this point of debate. I was wondering whether the alternate can be displayed at this point.
Luckily, everyone has it in their additional documents, and it's online, so I don't think we need to do that. Okay, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you. And I did say earlier on that there were a couple of matters that I'd like to speak to in the substantive debate, and I'll try and cover those quickly. But it is worth, I mean, I guess some people in the community have picked up that I've been a little bit sort of, yes, we just kind of like need to kill the council's funding of this because we actually need this to be embraced by the state government. And I just want to speak to that a little bit because back in the 90s when we were putting this in place, and I was there, and Councillor Archibald was probably still mayor at the time, we were coming out of a decade where we'd, if you go back the decade before, we just managed to get the Fremantle train line back up. That was the, one of the only decent bits of public transport in Fremantle. And we were going through a stage of we need urban infill, and we need to get people out of their cars and all of those sort of things. And we were the front runner on here's a bunch of ideas that we can do for tourism, for transport, for getting people from the station in and around the city centre. It then expanded and the like. And that was a good thing for the council to do. It's not an unreasonable thing for local government to jump into a space to kind of like show a state government that these are the sort of things that communities are really looking for. And so I think that was a good decision. But we're 25, nearly 30 years on, and what's really frustrating for me is that if I think back now what we were trying to, what the message was for us to have these types of services was that this is what should be rolled out in the metropolitan area everywhere where a community is trying to do urban infill development. Everywhere where you have rapid transit in a good rapid transport system, but you need really good local feeder services coming in and out of those that aren't necessarily the slow bus to wherever, but are those higher frequency service buses that serve the needs of a centre, serve the needs of the rapid transit system, etc. You know, they should be at Murdoch Station and you know, with the hospital and with the university and all of those sort of things. Now, whether they're a paid service or not, it really is a different debate. What is the debate should be now, and the debate that was happening then was don't we need a different type of public transport system rolled out in Perth? And so, nearly 30 years on, my frustration is I think we as a local authority have spent enough of the ratepayers' money trying to do this demonstration and get, you know, to prove that a CAT is a really good service. It's a really good service. Everybody in this room, there is nobody in this room that has said that this isn't a good service. There is nobody who says it's not a popular service. So, you know, what's the problem? The difficulty, and I was intrigued, Peter Newman spoke this evening, and he was mentioning that the state is working on this idea. And if that's the case, fantastic, because we don't and we shouldn't see the CAT bus services stopped. And as I said earlier on, just because we decide to pull our portion of the service back or to not actually put money in it at all, there is absolutely no reason why the Public Transport Authority, the people responsible for providing great public transport in WA, in the metropolitan area, there is no reason at all why they couldn't continue this. And in fact, I would challenge them to provide a reason why you wouldn't, and why you wouldn't be rolling this type of service out in many different locations. So if they choose that it's okay, it's got to be something a little bit more like how the Rockingham service is funded, that's fine by me. Because the majority of people that have said tonight that they are really reliant on it being a free service are also the people that would get a free service in public transport typically anyway, right? Or they would get a concessional service, being students or the like. So I'm not, the issue of it being free, while it is convenient and easy and particularly nice for tourists, there are probably other ways of sort of dealing with that aspect. Like I said about it being, you know, the City of Fremantle service, we've kind of like done ourselves a little bit of disservice over the years because we've really liked to go, it's Freo's CAT bus. But it really, you know, the PTA actually were inclined not to support it as a CAT bus, and then the very first version of it, they actually said it isn't a CAT bus. And they were saying that because they didn't want to roll out the CAT bus that Perth had, because they didn't want that at the time to be something that everybody else, Rockingham, Joondalup, Midland, would suddenly go, oh, well, they've got one, we should have one too. But the reality is that's the exact message that we were trying to say, is that, yes, Freo's got one, and you all should have one too. And I think that is the single most important message that I want our local members and our ministers in this state to really grab hold of. It's not Freo's CAT service. I mean, if Simone can call it Simone's CAT service, that'd be great. But it's not just Freo's CAT service. This is a model that needs to be rolled out in centres across the metropolitan area that are similar to Fremantle, and it's a model that really ought to be rolled out very, very soon. And I hope Peter Newman is right, and I hope the state government is already a big step ahead of my conversation and already doing it, and I encourage them to do it as quickly as possible if they are.
Thanks, Councillor Sullivan. Councillor Pemberton.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it really, really clear and I guess not necessarily to the people around the table, but certainly the people who've been writing in and asking my opinion and so on. I don't want to kill the cat. I really, really support the cat. It aligns with our city's strategic objectives on a lot of fronts. It aligns with my personal values. I'm somebody who chooses not to own a car and has done for over 10 years because I would much rather get around by active transport means. So, this has been a really, really challenging decision and discussion and quite some time. But it is getting sort of harder and harder as we proceed because, as people have said, we've got lots of competing priorities for how we spend our ratepayers' money. And we've got a very relatively small rate base, as we know. And what's ironic in this is that that's partly because the largest single landowner in the city of Fremantle is the state government, and they don't pay rates on any of their land. And they're also some of the most significant destinations that benefit from the cat bus. Whether you're talking about schools, whether you're talking about the hospital, whether you're talking about the port or fishing boat harbour or the prison or the museum, these are the organisations that really benefit from the cat existing, particularly when it is, like whether it's visitors or residents, it's the destinations people are wanting to get to often. So, there's a lot of logic as to why there are other stakeholders and, within state government and not just PTA that really need to come to the table. And we've not been able to have that conversation in a way that's delivered results for our city yet. And it feels like this is what needs to be done to bring that forward. It seems ironic. We got $5 million reportedly spent on high voltage. A single day's event of trucks driving like half the cat bus route. And they could have used that to fund the cat in entirety in its pre-COVID form for 5 years. Instead, and that would be a much better investment in tourism infrastructure and outcomes for our city and the state more generally. So I think we have a strong case, but we're not being heard. And I really do thank the community for getting so mobilised and active and passionate and knowledgeable and informed about this issue, because we're going to need you to win this debate. We really are. And I say bring it on, and let's do what Freo does best, which is get creative, get active, get mobilised, and make change happen.
Thanks, Councillor Pemberton. Councillor Kamada.
Thank you again. Look, I know it's been a long night, and normally I'd probably try and keep things going and say minimum just so that we can move on. But this is a really important issue to me. The people still here, obviously, this is better than watching TV. So, well done for sticking around. I want to pick up on those points that the transport that we have in that area is not just about the people that live in that area. It's about the tourists, and it's been identified that there are people that have written emails from all over the place. Obviously Hamilton Hill, Spearwood, all those areas, south, north, Coogee, but even people mentioned Adderdale and other areas around the place. So, this is a critical time, and we do need the community to rally. We've bought a little bit of time here. The high voltage example is a fantastic one. There's a responsibility, not for all stakeholders, but particularly the state government, to come to the party here and to make sure that not only in the short term, and obviously you don't want to see a gap between that last bus and what happens next. That's really important to me. And ideally, this is going to lead to a much better transport system that services the Southern Corridor, and for me, my personal opinion, all the way through to Cockburn Central, because there's a real corridor there of people and obviously suburbs and infrastructure that goes right through that area, and it's going to change everything in the way you can get to Fremantle from places like Mandurah, Rockingham, and so on. And that's really important. We've got the north well covered, but what comes from the south is not catered for well. So yeah, I support this.
Thanks, Councillor Kamada, and it looks like I'm going to close, which is good. I wrote 3 pages to read out to you verbatim now. Not really. I've literally got 3 dot points. My 3 dot points are: Freo's cool. We're an early adopter. That means that we are a first mover. but we're also stuck on a really old deal. We need to reset. This is our reset point. What gives me hope is that we all agree. We all agree that we want public transport. Council agrees. The state government agrees. They get out there and say they love public transport absolutely all the time. That's cool. We agree, they agree, our community agrees. So we've got hope going forward. And I think it should be well beyond South Freo. It should be, how is Freo going to be well served into the future by public transport? And that's a good way to go forward. So I'm going to put this item to a vote, noting there are old recommendations. If it is defeated, all those in favour? And against? Councillors Lang and Vusic against. That's carried. Thank you for flying with City of Fremantle. And thanks everyone who's joined us online. I know a lot of you sensibly went home, and some of you sensibly stayed, and you're even more awesome. So good on you. We've got the rest of the agenda to get through, but I'm conscious that in order to continue this meeting, I need to move an extension to the meeting. I'm happy to take feedback from elected members, whether they want to go through for an extension. Most of the remainder of the items look to me like they could be on block. So I need to move an extension. I need a seconder for that extension. That's Councillor Jones. I need a vote on that extension. All those in favour? That's unanimous. We will keep going. There is an amendment for one of them. I might just see if we can do everything else on block.
The planning item.
The Leighton item, there's some... No, I know. Yeah. So there's the planning... If I take the planning item out, so if you're sitting there and you're looking at the agenda, you've got FL 23058 and C items 1 to 4. Would everyone be comfortable if we moved those on block? Yeah, we dealt with the lease. Yep.
The item 4, I just want to vote separately, please.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to move on block FPOL 23058 and the first 3 C items, seconded by Councillor Jones. How did I know? All those in favour? That's unanimous. I'm going to move C item 4, seconded by someone, Councillor Archibald, and all those in favour? And against? Councillor Vusic against. That's carried. That takes us back to Leighton, where we started the night. That's nice and circular. So I'm going to move the officer's recommendation, amended officer's recommendation, as per agenda page 15. Does everyone want to just get to that page? Seconded by Councillor Moughlin. We have an amendment by Councillor Groom. I'm pretty sure I could go straight to that amendment if Councillor Groom was amenable. Seconded by Councillor Sullivan.
Let me catch up. Yes, so there was an amendment that was distributed yesterday, and I think people have in front of them, and I'd like to move that. Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. If I can just speak to it. Thank you, officers, for the work that was done to make some amendments to this. But we have looked to take those further, which is consistent with the conversation that was had at Planning Committee on this item. In particular, the need for the decision making to be supported by an evidence base, which does exist. There has been plenty of work done in the Leighton Master Plan, plenty of work done through the coastal hazard mapping process. And as we move into the next stage of planning for this region and for the future of Fremantle, there's a fair bit of work and thinking available to inform understanding of recreational needs. So we've just suggested some alternative wording to tighten the recommendations to this effect. Some of the, I guess, the underlying principles in thinking about this issue was making sure that we're not locking council now into an expectation with the proponent about where the boundary is between urban development and the coastal foreshore for this development, so that we're not having this fight for the next 10 or so years, when we have enough evidence in front of us now to know that the proposal in front of WAPC is not sufficient. And I guess for me, this is something that Councillor Sullivan spoke to a lot at Planning Committee, and I felt like I didn't really know enough to have a position on that until I read the WAPC report and the reference that report makes to the Coastal Hazard Risk Management and Adaptation Plan provided by the proponents. So not something that we've got other advice on. This is the proponent's own work, which says that once they've taken into account the forecast erosion on that foreshore, the reserve would have a width of between 28 and 70 metres. That's not a whole lot wider than this room. And it's certainly not sufficient for a foreshore generally. And it's not sufficient for the level of visitation that we know goes to Leighton Beach and Port Beach now. And not sufficient when we think the order of coastal erosion that we will see over the next few decades and the impacts that's going to have on other available beaches. So really the idea that this is a very critical piece of coastal infrastructure that's already overloved and overused, and there's nowhere for parking on the busy Sundays, but that as we get increasing population, increasing density in and around Fremantle, and increasing erosion of our beaches, there's a huge onus on us to make sure that enough land is reserved in this development and that a very clear message is sent about the need for that land now. So we've tried to word our amendment in a way that talks to that evidence base and talks very clearly to those needs, while still making it clear that this, in principle, we support some future urban development on the land, and we see ourselves as a partner in those negotiations and that planning going forward.
Thanks, Councillor Groom. Councillor Sullivan, you seconded it, but Councillor Jones has got his light on, so are you happy for him to speak now, or did you want to jump in?
I just wanted to thank Councillor Groom and Sullivan for the work they've done on this. The amendments are not a result of any disagreement among the committee. It's partly there were only 5 of us, so that was a problem. But I think that generally speaking, people simply wanted stronger wording, and Councillors Groom and Sullivan have done that, and I thank them for it.
Thank you. Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, and I thank Councillor Groom for initiating the wording in this. And just to be clear, I had actually suggested going a little bit harder, but once we got to about 2 pages of amendments, I would think that Councillor Groom had probably had enough. So I have said most of what I wanted to say in writing the reasons for the amendment. And I'll leave most of the conversation to that because that's 2.5 pages long. Just very, very briefly though, as I said, I probably raised a few eyebrows when I said I got to the point where I didn't think we should even be supporting urban deferred because there's a little bit of lack of trust, I suppose, in me, having been a coastal planner activist for most of my adult life, that it is actually really hard, even when we've got great state coastal planning policies and the like, it's actually really hard to keep everybody focused on doing the right thing for the next 100 years. And we've already seen sort of just little glimpses in the amendment report that sort of say, well, we're giving you the same amount as we gave at Leighton Beach, and so it's pretty close to being right, sort of thing. You can actually read the amendment report that way, and that is why I was starting to go, I think we should tell them that we don't even support urban deferred when they're going to present a report that kind of can be read that way. But I'm happy to say that I suspend my suspicion enough to actually say, yes, well, this is a 2-stage process. the urban deferred doesn't mean it's the end of the conversation in terms of the foreshore reserve. There is a process, a double process for that, because both the Future of Fremantle Committee will be looking at the needs in a very, I guess, recreation and community and development sense. And there is still a requirement for the environmental 100-year sort of setback issues and everything to be properly considered, not just by the proponent, but by us and by other agencies, to make sure that the state coastal planning policy is properly implemented. And I know absolutely that around about half of the land between Brack Street and the current green part of the map needs to be foreshore reserve. And I'm being generous on that. And the people that spoke earlier on in this room have already drawn a version where they're saying it's actually Brack Street is the cadastral boundary between the foreshore reserve and the urban zone. And I suspect somewhere in between their version and my version is probably about right. But the version that's in this document is hopelessly inadequate and does need to be dealt with. It's interesting, and I only really picked it up today. Part of me said, why can't they show at least another 50 metres, because the evidence automatically demonstrates that another 50 metres is needed, because they're currently giving us around about a setback distance of 150 metres. That's what we got at Leighton. But since Leighton assessment was done, the coefficient for sea level rise has gone from 0.38 metres to 0.9. And that equates to 52 metres extra that should have been provided for, would have been provided for at Leighton had we been doing that assessment today. And we already know that the spaces at Leighton are inadequate in terms of serving that need. So you could say, well, it's 52 metres plus a bunch more, right? So it could be 75 metres. It could be, it's so much more than what's shown in this drawing. And I thought, well, why haven't they shown at least the extra 52 metres? And I thought, oh no, well, they've just been kind of like just doing the Fremantle Port Authority land as being the land that will go green, and then we'll worry about how to work out the rest later. But then I suddenly realised at the southern end, there's a chunk of land that is the private land that's gone green. And so, all of a sudden, about 8 hours ago, I'm looking at it going, hang on, what does that tell me? It tells me that they could have done this. They could have actually made the line much further east. They've done it in one little spot for some reason that I have no comprehension as to why there's a little spot in the southern area that sort of just suddenly gets a bit fatter. And it's not in the report anywhere, but it is the private land as far as I can tell.
Port buffer zone would be my guess.
Anyway, the point is, these things could have been dealt with in a way that gave the community more confidence and more security about the things that they've already had to fight for 20 years ago. And the Leighton Action Coalition have already been here, and I know that they will, we talked about engaging and getting the community up and running about the cat bus. We don't need to do that on this issue. So I think it was really important that the council made it really clear that in supporting urban deferred, it's not saying that we're anywhere near close to the sort of scale of foreshore reserve that is required.
Thanks, Councillor Sullivan. If there's no other speakers on the amendment, I just want to make 2 quick points. So we'll support the amendment. At 2.5, I wondered if there was an opportunity to reference the immediate need for sound nourishment as part of that, given that that is, I guess, a state government project we've collaborated in. So I would just wonder if the mover and seconder would be comfortable adding the words "and their need for immediate term sound nourishment" to the end of the sentence at 2.5. Do you want me to say it? It's in my. Is it 2.5? It's just after coastal erosion. So, yeah. Yeah, so I think I've got the different version in my additional docs in the printed one. So south of Tasman, given read to managed retreat strategy of this area and the immediate need for, so inserted after managed retreat strategy and the immediate need for sound nourishment. Yep. Yeah, interim need. Yeah. Yeah, well, any word to that effect is fine. Interim need. Is the mover and the seconder comfortable with that? Just want to acknowledge that as part of the. Yeah. Secondly, so I support this because it is, I guess, the tone of the conversations that I think are being had around this anyway, and the intention of the work that we requested would happen and is now happening as part of the urban deferred. Look, the screen's shut off at night. The other thing I think I just want to say is the logic actually stacks up for maintaining coastal reserve and significant parks and rec here, because if you're the state government and you believe that you're going to develop North Quay, there isn't going to be no green space there. And the value of North Quay versus the value of a fairly minor development here is just a factor different. So you'd be really daft to say the only green beach in the area that we naturally can maintain with some public open space and parks and rec, we're going to compromise that now and not be able to offer that to the future residents and everything else that might locate in North Quay. So there's sort of also logic to back it up, but it doesn't need to be good faith. It needs to be, there is actually a really strong economic argument why you wouldn't do that. Anyway, I won't say any more. Councillor Archibald, did you want to speak, or are we happy to wrap up?
I've got to speak so briefly. I'm very supportive of the amendments, and I always find it very ironic that we talk about beach replenishment when the very reason the beach needs replenishing is because we're pumping more carbon into the atmosphere. So we go and run a dredge. Anyway, I couldn't resist not just adding that. I think we also have to look at ways in which maybe the beach is not so sandy for a while as well, but I'm still happy to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Archibald. That sounds like we could probably go to a vote now. So on the amendment, all those in favour? Looks like that's unanimous. And no. No, Councillor Pemberton. I'd love to say that you can vote for Councillor Pemberton, but you can't. It's getting really late. So I'm going to call that unanimous. And then on the item as amended, Councillor Lang, you want to speak on it, or are you trying to vote before I've called it? Okay, all those in favour? Yep, and that's unanimous as well. Unless anyone wants to jump in and correct me, I reckon we might be at the end of the agenda. There are no motions of which there's no motions of which previous notice has been given. There's no urgent business. There's no late items, and I wouldn't accept them if there was. There's no confidential business. And that lets us close at, according to my accurate iPhone, 10:33. Woo! Yeah, let's go back to the 90s or not.